feel like the whole Ukraine-Russia situation is just like stressed me out so much that it's really hard for me to like get the story and all that stuff. Obviously, I live in the US, so it doesn't directly affect me, but just like the thought of what's going on over there really fucking infuriates me, stresses me out. Especially as like a ex-soldier, it's just really hard to watch this shit happening over there and not get like emotionally hooked up over things. But it's like a helplessness for me over here. Just never watch this shit. I already struggle to like get the motivation to sleep. I don't know what to do this stuff that's necessarily taking us to at least I don't think it is. Maybe I should just do it. I always have like that roadblock in the first place and then everything going into Russia and doing some light farming on FS22 on a newer map called Huron County. And it's based on that application, which is really cool because in the last 2 months there were 2 new maps that were based in Michigan, which is fucking awesome because the FS22 is in Michigan. It was a really old kind of like not well done one that was based out in Huron, Michigan. Both of these are pretty solid, which is nice. I always thought it was weird when I got into FarmSim 19 and like I was like, oh, I'm gonna find because there's always all these mod maps that are based on like real world locations. Um, so naturally I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna find a Michigan map because like outside of Detroit and Flint, Lansing, like we have a couple major cities in the lower peninsula, but outside of that, it's like all farmland. Uh, so it was really weird that like there were no farm maps for Michigan really. So I'm glad to see that's been changed with FarmSim 22. So the way that I'm doing, I was debating keeping this cornfield harvesting for the game. Really excited no, I haven't tried 317. I thought about streaming 317 last night, but it's literally unavailable. Elevators.org, you can't spam shows like 317. I looked before jumping on here tonight to see if they had fixed it or anything to resolve 317. It seems like they haven't, so. Oh, yeah, that's on me. My bad. I forgot I had the game volume turned way up. Uno momento, por favor, and I will rectify that. Thanks for the heads up, Wraith. Yeah, I appreciate it. Sorry. There he comes. Yeah, no, I was saying I haven't played 317. Well, I've tried to play it, but literally since Wave 1 went live, it's been like just all fucked. The most recent patch, elevators don't work in any of the spaceports, and Chris really had to have elevators, so that's kind of out. And then half the time if you make it um, to a terminal to try to spawn a ship, they don't actually spawn anyway. So you know, no 317 stream tonight, at least. I was kind of like I was bullshitting about it for a while over the last couple months while we were waiting for 317 to come around, and we were talking about what the likelihood was of everything going to just absolute shit as soon as they dropped a patch that wasn't basically the 315 build, because you remember 316 is 315 part 2 essentially, right? So now that we're seeing 317, which is a different build than 315, everything is just literally falling apart again. Um, and I kind of feel like, well, that tells me all I needed to know. It wasn't CIG fixing the game or, a promising future over the horizon. It was an absolute sheer luck patch that we got with 315. And now that we're back to business as usual, who knows when the next time we'll get something like 315 stability. I think the engine has been at its limit for a while now. Honestly, I have no idea on the whole NFT shit. Like as soon as I saw like all these articles talking about different studios talking about NFTs or whatever, I was like, okay, well, I'm tuning this out and not following this garbage because it's fucking stupid. I mean, they could. I don't really think it would matter to me at this point. CIG can do whatever the fuck they want. I really kind of just don't care. I feel like I've pretty well been into like the whole, if they ever manage to make the game, then that's great, and we'll see where we're at when that happens category. So at this point, like if they just run the game straight into the ground, it's not really a loss to me anymore. It'll be sad to think about like, oh, what could have been, but really like I feel like I've moved on from that state of optimism a long, long time ago. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what happens with fertilizer shortages. That's for sure. I think that's one of the things that like a lot of people don't think about when you start talking about Ukraine getting invaded and all this other stuff. Is Ukraine was a very, very big farming country, right? Like you look up some of the top um, providers for literally like, or top producers for literally all sorts of crops, right? And Ukraine is one of the top 10 of every single crop almost. She's doing good. She hates her job. Is very much kind of over it at this point. But luckily, COVID's not bad currently here in the U.S., so she's getting a break from that at least. But there's plenty of other like hospital drama going on right now. Like um, the recent thing is charging nurses for like murder, manslaughter, stuff like that in the event of hospital issues, which is insane from a nurse's perspective because all these hospitals are overworking them. They're violating safe patient ratios, all this other shit. But instead of holding the hospitals accountable, they're going after the nurses. And now the hospital just go, oh, well, maybe you should get liability insurance. And it's like, oh, you mean that thing that is the whole reason that you justify doctors being paid like six-figure incomes? Yeah, that. So, she's feeling very uncertain of her current career choice. Oh, fuck no, man. We're steadily getting through the top floor of the house, and we still have to work on the bottom floor. And then we need to get two of the bedrooms upstairs, new carpet. Three of them, actually, three bedrooms upstairs, new carpet. Um, I need to do a ton of stuff downstairs, and then we haven't even touched the outside. We've been waiting for like warm weather, and Michigan has not had any. So, yeah, the home renovations are not going great. They're kind of on a more or less pause until it's nicer out. So it probably won't be until like May, unfortunately. Oh yeah, absolutely, Wezer. The healthcare system in the U.S. is 100% for profit, and the only people they care about are essentially like admin board level type shit. Yeah, they don't give a fuck about their nurses. They don't give a fuck about their doctors either, for that matter. Yeah, we'll see. I wouldn't object to some high 80s, 90-degree weather here in Michigan. That'd be great. I'm all for it. As long as we get rain mixed in there with it, that sounds good to me. Might suck for everybody down south. I don't really care though. No, don't leave me already, you little traitor. Fucker. Yeah, we'll have to see how summer goes. I mean, it's obviously not going to be getting better. That's for sure. Yeah, I kind of figured that salvaging was going to be basically as lazy as mining. And certain fanboys will justify it with like, "Oh, this is so immersive and it takes so much skill." It is what it is, man. I've honestly just given up hope on Star Citizen. I kind of let myself get sucked into it when the Ares was going live, and I was like, "Oh man, this is the kind of combat I could enjoy again." Because I like that whole glass cannon, heavy alpha combat gameplay. So I was really excited for the Ares, and then as soon as they nerfed that thing into just being absolutely garbage useless, I was like, "Oh, okay. Well, that's what I get for allowing myself to get excited for Star Citizen. I probably should have known better." So I've given up on space games again. At this point, like if I want to play a space game, I'm just gonna play No Man's Sky. That has a much higher chance of being a fulfilling experience than playing Star Citizen does at this point. It really sucks to say. I mean, Star Citizen can be as pretty as it wants, but it's just such a fucking shit show pile of garbage that it really doesn't matter how fucking pretty it is. Yeah, we'll see. I don't think the Scorpius will get it as quickly as the Ares did, because I don't think the Scorpius is going to be as capable of just insta gibbing the light fighter cucks. And that's really what the Ares downfall was, is that it was a fucking hard counter to lazy light fighter pilots, and you know, they're some of the most vocal, annoying fucking idiots on Spectrum. So, R.I.P. Ares. You live fast, hard, and gloriously. I think all these ships just kind of like every time they drop a major combat ship, it just kind of really shows how terrible CIG is at balancing combat. And, you know, there's still plenty more combat ships to come, and so many other systems that aren't even in the game yet, and they can't balance the game in the most basic fucking simplistic form it will ever be in. Um, it's not very inspiring, confidence inspiring. But you know, it is what it is, man. I literally just don't care anymore. Like I barely follow the project at this point, which is another reason why I've been kind of like, God, do I even want to make a 317 video at this point? I kind of feel obligated to though. I have to do a 317 one. I don't want to. I think that like this project is essentially just a lost cause at this point. Um, but I have to because in 315 I was like, oh man, the game's really stable. This is really playable. And 317 is looking to be business as usual, a giant shit show. So I can't leave the 315 video as my last current Star Citizen video, if that makes sense. Hey Fairy, how's it going? I mean, those were the gameplay loops I was excited for. At least as of late. I just don't really care about combat anymore. So those kind of like logistical ships are the ones that I want, but I just everything else about the game sucks. So it doesn't matter that I can, you know, fly around space refueling or salvaging ships or whatever when everything else about the game is just fucking hot garbage. Come on, buddy. Oh, you gotta pull up. Let's go. Shoot. I don't know why he's behind me instead of fucking following, but alright. Take it. Oh, it's not my lights, it's fucking his. God damn it. Thanks, bud. Yeah, this spring's really sucked, man. I've lost count of how many times the weather people were like, okay, spring is officially here in Michigan. And then we get snow. And I'm like, motherfucker. I think this is the first week we've had it where, like, the ground isn't covered in snow still. Because it's been so cold, even when it's not snowing, it would just fucking stay. But now it's raining occasionally, so it's like melting out the snow, and then it freezes into, you know, ice at night. It could definitely be worse though, so I'm not really complaining too badly. Oh, oh, there's fucking this crap here, isn't there? That's why I wasn't following. Oh, that's fucked up. Alright, whatever. We'll know that real quick. That's why it wasn't on the side. You win some, you lose some. Honestly, I'm glad that they canceled it on console. I think like I fucking hate it when you have computer games that are held back because of console, trying to keep consoles paired. You know, like if Odyssey isn't gonna work for console, then fucking boohoo, sucks they suck. Like if they're having trouble getting Odyssey to work on console, imagine like any further expansions into like new mechanics and new systems and whatever with Elite Dangerous. Like if you're struggling with Odyssey, then it's probably a good idea to call it quits while you're ahead. And I wish more games would do that. Like imagine if CD Projekt Red had been like, look, we can't do this for console. This is going to be a PC game, or we couldn't do this for even current gen console. We can only do it for the next gens. It would have made such a huge difference for those games. But all these fucking developers, or the publishers probably more likely, don't want to lose out on that market, so they're always like, oh nope, sorry, make it work. Should be getting everything this time around. Yep, we are. Uh, yeah, I would say so. Like, unless you really have the experience to make your own engine, maintain your own engine, and upgrade your own engine, as well as like the ability to front the cost of that, which I think CD Projekt Red probably can do now, but in the past, probably not. Um, why not just license an engine? Then you don't have to worry about maintaining it, upgrading it. You don't have to worry about so many other things. If you do have engine issues, you can go to Epic for troubleshooting. Um, Unreal, like I feel like it's a no-brainer to switch to Unreal. I think it will do nothing but benefit them to switch personally. Turn radius is fucking terrible. If Hey Vaughn, how's it going, man? Sorry, I'm like dying. Ugh. Come on. Care which side you go on, just pick one. Yeah, man. I've been doing quite a bit of farming because, like the last month or two, they came out with two different Michigan-based maps. So Huron County is a 16 times, and then Frankenmuth, which is the one that's like I literally live right next to where this map or where the Frankenmuth map is based on, like right down the road from it. Um, but it's a default size, so it's really small. Um, so it was fun to play around on like solo. But I feel like once you get used to doing stuff on big fields, it's really hard to go down to small equipment and small field sizes. though. As much as I would prefer to be playing on the Frankenmuth map, we're going with Bad Axe. Oh yeah, yeah, they're both. At least the Frankenmuth one is for sure like a one-to-one to Google, Google Maps, and then the Huron County. Um, I didn't look to see if it's literally based on topography, but it's pretty accurate to like what it's like out here. I mean, honestly, like, why is there the 3090s overkill? I have yet to hit a game where I'm using up all of my graphics card's RAM, or even close to it. Like, fuck, man. I'm trying to think of anything that I have that's even gotten near using up everything that this card has, much less getting a TI. Like, I just don't think there's anything out there. Come on, pull on up. You can do it. Drive, friend. I can only chew up so much of this. Thank you. That's why I like when they're talking about like releasing the 40 series cards, and they're like, oh, the 4090 will be 3 times more powerful than the 3090, and I'm like, nothing uses that. Like, I can play 2 different games on high settings, and I'm still not like, I'm not limited by the graphics card at all. Like, I can literally have FarmSim on one monitor and like DCS on the other one, and the only chokes I'm having are RAM and CPU. Yeah, but there's just no reason to, is the thing though, right? Like, you're not maximizing this card at all. I mean, I'm on a 32.9 monitor. I can crank my resolution up, and I'm still not fucking touching it at all. I feel like SLI, there was kind of a reason to, like back in the day when like genuinely it could make a difference for running some games on like crazy high res, but like these days, like there's nothing out there that really can make use of these cards. Everything seems like it's a, are you full? Are you fucking full? And I'm just fucking chewing for nothing? I will fucking end you. You son of a bitch. I mean, that's what it seems like for sure. You are full, you fucking son of a bitch. Wow. That's what it seems like. Like, I got the 39 because I was like, oh, well, this will help with video editing, and it for sure does. Like, um, but at the same time, I was going from what, a 2070 to a 3090, so like legitimately, it was a huge jump for me. Um, but like at this point, I'm sitting on that 3090, like, dude, this card is gonna last me for fucking ever at the rate that games are making use of that much video RAM. Like I can go into Red Dead and crank literally everything all the way to Ultra, and the game looks fucking phenomenal. And I'm not even using, like, I don't think half of my card according to like the in-game, usage slider. I mean, maybe some new next gen game will finally make me eat those words, but like currently, nope. Oh, the kitties are all good. They're all angry that we won't let them outside, especially now that the snow is gone. But they haven't really like been outside here. so we don't want to let them out until like it's warm enough for us to be out there and babysit them to make sure they're not going to go somewhere we don't want them to. Like we live kind of in like a pretty rural area, but there's still a decent amount of traffic that comes up and down the road. And like we're far back from the road, but you know, cats kind of wander quite a bit. So our concern is if we let them out, they'll go up on that like road and somebody will come flying down there going 60 and splatter them. So they've all been kitty prisoners since we moved into this new house. Which they obviously do not appreciate. Great. I think we'll get maybe one more load in there. Yep, there are. They're pretty uncommon, but they are out here. Can you play with me? Yeah, if you're on PC. Um, the map and mods are not console compatible. And then all of the like map and mod info is in our Discord under the FS22 server info channel. Come on, Mr. Trailer. Yeah, they're definitely the bald eagles around here, like wild, are pretty uncommon. I think I've only seen a handful of them in like the entire time that I've lived out here. Let's see here. Probably not. Hey, Eisen, how's it going, man? Yeah, every time I do silage and forest harvesting, I'm like, oh, never again, and then inevitably I end up doing it again, and I'm like, why did I do this to myself? Like the harvesting isn't bad, but dealing with the bunkers is just kind of a huge pain in the ass. Um, I don't know. There's quite a bit different with FS22 versus 19. Like you have a lot more options that you can do with silage this time around. Come on, sweetheart. I have need of you. No, you're not feeling it. I feel like sugar beets are not bad in this game though, because like being able to cut sugar beet and like you can do so many things with sugar beets now in this one um, that it's kind of worth it. Like it feels way more rewarding with how many different things you can do with sugar now with production chains. Whereas like before you were just like, okay, I drive the beet harvester up and down for an eternity, and then just sell it, and you know, like you make a ton of money, but I don't know. It didn't really feel like rewarding for how much time you spent doing it. I mean, even though it was financially rewarding, but like I don't know, it just felt like you were doing the same thing as like normal harvesting, I guess. No, Coursplay's in now. It's very different now, though. Unfortunately, like the UI and stuff for Courseplay, it's built into the helper menu. So like if I wanted to do a Courseplay course, I would do like you know how like normally you would have set destination or create job, and then you can switch it to fieldwork Courseplay, and then you bring up the Courseplay menu and go about it, kind of more or less the same as you used to. I don't know. It's a little weird. I definitely liked FS19's Courseplay better in terms of like its UI and like how quickly you could easily tweak things and stuff. I feel like it's a little harder to do like fine tuning now in 22. Hey Black Cat, how's it going, man? Yeah, maybe someday. Maybe someday. It's a shame because like that's really all I need out of X4 is just some co-op. I don't need it to be like big multiplayer type shit, but just being able to play it with like a couple people would be really cool. Aw, Black Cat, you poor thing. Better make sure to fly it now while you can before 317 comes out. I did see the Batman. Heather and I went with her family to go see it because her brother's a really big like superheroes fan. Actually, her dad is too. Um, I wasn't personally a fan, but I'm not. To be clear, I'm not a big superhero franchise fan in the first place. I thought that like Robert Patterson did fine. I just feel like it's the writing. I didn't like the story at all. It was really kind of dull to me. And there were way too many shots of like Robert Patterson just brooding in silence or at the camera for like way too long. And that's not his fault. That's director and editing. So I personally didn't like it. 317 would be the next patch. Don't you be booping me. You got 2 more hours before it's food time, kitty butt. God damn. Over here fucking patting at my fucking elbows. I fucking owe him something. Oh, I wish he intelligently would like hop to the side that he needs to be on. Stop it, you little shithead. I guess that's one way to look at it, Black Cat. I think kudos to anybody who's able to even like play it, like both times I've tried to get on 317, and it was multiple, iteration patches between them. Uh, I can't. The first time I couldn't get a ship to spawn, and the hangars, they would just like it would say it spawned them, and there would be nothing down there, or I would try to go to the terminal and spawn it, and the terminal would just hang infinitely. It was fucking terrible. And then the second time today, I would try to get in there, and none of the elevators would work, so you couldn't get to the spaceport. Hey, Floating Skull, how's it going, man? I was originally gonna like instead of doing a farm stream, I was gonna do 317, just to kind of bullshit with people, and maybe have a beer or two. But it's literally just so unplayable that I'm not gonna fucking waste my time. I did not, Wiser. No. I set my spawn point to New Babbage because it's just the most sensible one for me to set to. Um, and I literally can't go anywhere that requires an elevator. So until they fix that, I'm pretty much marooned. Yeah, I thought it'd be kind of fun to just fuck around, but when it doesn't fucking work at all. Come on, follow daddy. Let's go. Oh, you're fucking full. You little shit. Pick me up. No, don't do it. Yeah, I'm sure 317 is going to be great. It's going to be great. Just like all the patches are great. They're always good if you believe in them hard enough. Great question, Wraith. I've honestly lost track at this point. I don't know what they're believing in anymore. It was server meshing for the longest time, but I think they've said that's not going to be Jesus patch. So I don't even know. It's a great question, dude. I mean, you can give all the hope you want. I don't think it's gonna really take over here in this channel. It's it really isn't a Star Citizen Hope channel. I mean, I'm not sure refusing to go back to Elite Dangerous, but banking on Star Citizen is much better, honestly. Alright, go ahead and kick this to morning. I totally meant to leave that running. I don't know, man. I'm kind of mixed feelings on Disney. Even their shows, like Mandalorian was pretty good in the beginning, but like when it became the Grogu show, I really kind of lost interest. And then Boba Fett, I was like, oh, this could be cool. Like, we'll finally get a show about like the underbelly, seedy parts of Star Wars. And then it turned into the Mandalorian Grogu show, and I was like, what the fuck, man? Are 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 Disney writers so worried that like they can't make Star Wars without putting in like a cute little kid mascot? Like, is that where they're at? They're like, oh fuck, man! Every time we try to do an original story without Baby Grogu, some Baby Yoda shit, that it just all falls apart. Fuck. I guess we just won't do anything but do Baby Yoda. Like, why? Why is this happening? I don't understand. So I really don't know. Leave the fucking snakes alone, butthole. And then on top of it, like, it's so weird that they gave Jin Djarin, or whatever the fucking Mandalorian's name is, that they gave him an N1 Naboo starfighter as his bounty hunting ship. I was like, wait, what? That's like the worst possible setup for a bounty hunter. What is he gonna do? Fucking have his marks ride on his lap? Like, what the fuck? It's just so. I don't know what the fuck is going on at Disney. I feel like they just literally do not understand the source material at all, and they're just like, well, we put out thing and you guys give us money. Is there anything coming out this year that I'm looking forward to? No. Nope. Not really. Nothing I can think of, anyways. I don't feel like we know enough about Starfield, and we haven't seen any of it to really say anything with Starfield. I like, my concern too is like I'm not a huge Fallout or Elder Scrolls fan in terms of like the single player shit. So I don't know how much I really care about Starfield, right? I would have to see like gameplay to know if I am gonna care or not, honestly. I'm definitely not like excited for it or hyped or anything like that. I feel like Star Citizens honestly kind of just killed my interest in space games. For game information, you just go to the server screen and then just type FTR, and it'll pop up on the server list. I feel like we got this pretty leveled out. So now we just compact. This is the part that is just the worst. I feel like no matter what you use, it always feels way too slow. Damn it. Every time something gets out, it's so annoying. fucking scoop this corner out without popping it outside. Nice. Can you steal my wife? No. I mean, Star Wars Galaxies has had emulator servers for ages, if that's what you're talking about. Unless you're talking about like an official relaunching of it somehow. Which, you know, if that was happening, I would only be interested in it if they were doing more than just like literally relaunching the old game. Um, I feel like there's a lot of things that would need to be updated to make that worth playing at this point. Like, it was amazing when it was out, but it just wouldn't do well in modern MMOs, I don't think, or modern gaming. And that's from somebody who literally no-lifed Star Wars Galaxies. Like, it was all I fucking played when it was still around. I mean, I personally like the changes that Star Wars, The Old Republic did, because it means I have to play less alts, which means I have to spend less credits. So, I'm fucking all about it. I like that you can dual spec two different classes. I think that's fucking great. But some people are weirdly upset about it. I don't know why they would be. I think it's fucking stupid. In terms of the ability pruning, like, I haven't noticed any abilities on any of the characters that I play that I'm sad to see go or get pruned or turned into passives or whatever. So I'm fine with the changes. I don't know what the fuck everybody's crying for. No, I have not finished Witch Queen Legendary. I think I'm on the last chapter. I just don't give a fuck enough. Like, it's just irritating. It's so fucking irritating to do that campaign on Legendary. And the rewards aren't worth it. Like, oh, you're gonna give me an exotic that has shit stats? Totally, man. Let me fucking... Oh, yeah, I could fucking spend fucking 3 days doing that. Or I could just go into a fucking... a legendary, what do you call it? Lost Sector and pop that exotic out in like 30 minutes tops. Yeah, let me think about which one I want to fucking spend my life on here real quick. Yeah, that's a no-brainer for me, man. And then between like Bungo fucking with the glaive, which was like honestly like probably the most fun I've had in that game in a long, long fucking time. Um, and then like stasis nerfing, I just kind of lost interest in playing Destiny 2 again. Like, I really don't enjoy Void, and you know this patch is all about Void. Play Void, 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 Void. And I think that's the other thing I fucking hate about Destiny 2 now is this stupid fucking artifact shit. Um, you know, if like the things you don't like using, or if the things you like using aren't in the artifacts like mod rotations, then boohoo, sucks to be you. And it's fucking gay. It is so fucking stupid. I don't understand why Bungie thinks it's such a great idea to fucking force people to play whatever they want you to play. Like, it's fucking dumb. Why not just make fucking classes seasonally too, right? Like make it so you have to play a hunter for the next artifact, right? Make it so you have to play a warlock for the one after that, right? Like what's the point of fucking pretending there's choice if you're gonna force players to do what you want them to do? That shit irritates me so fucking much. It's what I always hated about like their bounty system too. Is like, you know, you go into pick up bounties and you know you basically have to do bounties if you want to get like any of the powerfuls, and maybe not so much pinnacle engrams, but at least the powerfuls. And it's like, oh yeah, go ahead and fucking, you need to do arc damage. You got to use a scout rifle, and you know, fucking, you have to have your hand on your head while you do it. And it's like, what? Why are you trying to dictate how I have to fucking play the game? Like, can I just have fun playing the game? It's not like, I don't know, man. It's just fucking dumb. Yeah, like, dude, I don't know. Every time I do any of the, like the end game content besides like raids, I get so fucking frustrated with Destiny. I just fucking can't handle it. It literally just makes me want to fucking screech. I usually don't do voice unless it's what do you call it? During an event. Especially with like not newer people to the channel. Um, just because of incidents and like really a handful of things. Yeah, I tried to get Heather to get into Destiny 2 recently, and like the new player experience is fucking terrible. It's so fucking bad now that they've like chopped up the fucking game and vaulted half of the fucking game. Um, like you literally, it makes no fucking sense unless you're already a Destiny player and know how to read the fucking quests and like all the fucking UI shit now. It's so fucking terrible. Bungie is fucking stupid. They're like the most incompetent fucking studio. I fucking hate it. And it's like, oh yeah, let's fucking vault half the fucking game that people paid for because consoles can't store the whole game. And then we'll blame it on content bloat. That's it. People don't like having lots of things to do. So fucking dumb. I fucking hate Bungie. It's such a fucking shit company now. And when I say now, I mean like since the original Bungie has, you know, departed long, long ago. I don't mean like recently. I mean, that's the thing that's like really fucking stupid about it. Honestly, Black Hat is like, they drop you into playing Destiny, and they're like, you're playing all this shit, like all these story things as like a new intro player, and you have like zero context for like any of it. Like, why does this matter? Why is this happening? Why do I care about this or that? Because Red War's gone. The fucking Forsaken story's fucking gone. Like, you don't start with any of that shit. You have no idea like what's going on. Who's Osiris? Fucking beats me, man. Fucking, like, it's all gone. So new players have no fucking clue, and all the intro shit doesn't make sense. So yeah, like if Final Fantasy 14 did that, it'd be like, I don't know, jumping into fucking, oh god, what was, not Endwalker, but the one before it, and being like, I don't know who these people are, but I guess I'm supposed to care. It would make no fucking sense. How do you get the multiplayer information? So from the main menu, when you click multiplayer, it'll say join server or something like that effect. Once you do that, you'll get a server browser, and then in the top right corner is a search bar or a filter bar. You just type FTR, and it should show up. Shadowbringers, yeah, like jump into Shadowbringers and be like, oh, here I am, and I know what's going. Who's this Garlamal? What's that? I don't know, something. Like, you have no attachment to anything going on, and the gameplay in Destiny 2 is not good enough to like justify like having no fucking clue what's happening. Um, the map is fucking terrible. It's always been bad, but like especially as a new player now, because like if you were new in Red War, it kind of didn't matter that the map was terrible because they basically funneled you from like point to point to point pretty fucking well. But like under the new experience, it's insane. Like it's literally just all over the fucking place. No, okay, let's see if this works. All right, so click multiplayer, click join game. It'll search and bring up the server browser. Up here is the game name filter. Just type FTR and it'll filter out anything that's not FTR, and then you just click the server. It's just dumb because like I wanted to get Heather into Destiny so that her and Moose Speed and I could like do strikes and like some of the more hardcore 3-man content, and like she's not gonna fucking do it because it's so fucking cancerous to fucking like figure out where you're supposed to go and like what you're supposed to do and shit. So she like literally won't even play it. Like she got on and like started going through it, and as soon as like you do that first intro shit and you meet whatever the fucking new guy is that's kind of like basically taking the place of Cade, in terms of like basically being the guy that tells you where to go and shit, it just all fucking falls apart. Oh dude, I don't do Gambit or Crucible. I think they're both fucking cancer. They're both cancer if you're not gonna like literally know life Destiny 2, and I don't. So, and I don't like keeping up with like what's meta and feeling like I need to play X game or X, weapon loadout or whatever, right? Like I don't enjoy that shit at all. So Destiny competitive is not for me. All right. 50% compacted. Nearly there. I swear it pays to have a really big tractor that weighs a fuck ton, which I do not have. Maybe if them fucking cow titties would make some more milk, we'd be good, and I could afford one. But they're not producing nearly enough yet. I wonder if I could scoop that shit with this dude. Hey Jellyfish, how's it going, man? Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's I don't know, man. I just haven't been motivated to stream in like a while. Fuck yeah. That's how we clean it up. I'll take it. Waste not, want not, right? Oh, Heather doesn't listen to me rant. That's why I have to have a YouTube channel so I can fucking bitch about things. YouTube is my outlet. And done. Perfect. Yeah, I would, dude. I'd be super happy if Heather would play Warframe too. Honestly, just because it's more like, I don't know. It's fun just jumping around and like killing the fuck out of shit, and like doing survival shit and things like that. And like, there's admittedly a lot to do in Warframe. It's just I don't enjoy doing it by myself anymore. I used to, but I just don't. And like her and I just don't play the same games anymore. Like if I want to play a game with Heather, I basically have to play WoW or I have to play Overwatch. And I just don't like either. I keep hoping like some random game will come out that like both of us are like, oh yeah, this looks great, but I don't know, man. I feel like the gaming industry's really been kind of a letdown the last 3 or 4 years, so I'm not really counting on that. I would probably play Warframe still if they hadn't come out with Umbral Formas. Because you have to basically know life to get them, and I don't want to know life Warframe. And it's very demotivating for me to get on Warframe and know that my characters are all incredibly gimped because I don't have Umbral Formas. I also don't really like the melee changes. I miss the old melee system. Like I don't like using guns. I liked using melees and fucking powers. And what Warframe is now is not nearly as accommodating as it used to be to that style of gameplay. Yeah, dude. I feel you. I feel you, man. Um, it's crazy how different shit is now. Wet Toast. It's like a completely different game. No problem, Fairy. Have a great night, dude. And that's honestly that's my other big gripe with Warframe 2 is like there's so much shit that's come out since I started going to like the semi open world model, right? That like if you haven't been playing consistently throughout, the last what would it be, 5 years, something like that, there's so much to fucking catch up on and do now. And a lot of it you need to do. Like it's not like you can be like, oh well, I'll just jump in and play. Like a lot of those things have shit that you like need to get. Um, and what is it? Digital Extremes. Like D hasn't done anything for catch up mechanics or anything like that to be like, hey, no problem, we get you. This shit is like fucking 6 years old now. It shouldn't be mandatory for you to play through 6 years of fucking content to like feel like you're on equal pacing with current players. Um, so it's just like, oh, cool. I guess fuck me. And like, that's coming from somebody who like, I play the fuck out of Warframe when I play Warframe, right? And I was playing it pretty consistently for like probably 3 years, a few years ago. So like, even as far caught up as I was, like, I go back now and I look at like all the shit there is to do, and I'm like, fucking nope, never mind, fuck this. Like, I really like Warframe's combat. It's super fun. Um, I think the studio is, for the most part, like a pretty, you know, good guys studio. They're passionate about their game. They're really fucking involved with their community. Like, they're, I feel like for the most part, a pretty ideal behavior studio. Um, but the game is just, there's so much bullshit with catching up and like things that are locked behind just grinding your fucking life out that I can't do it. As much as I would love to get into Warframe again, I just can't bring myself to do it. It's September 3rd. I think the corn doesn't pop until October. Guild Wars 2 is fun for the most part. My big issue with Guild Wars is I'm nowhere near close to getting the Griffin or the Dragon, whatever the fuck that thing is called. Um, Sky Talon, Sky fucking whatever. And it's like really just demotivating to play because it makes everything so much easier to have that. Like, I'll start working on it every time I go back, and then I'm like, ugh. And I eventually give up and just stop playing. And kind of like the same thing, right? Like, I tried to get Heather into it as like a WoW alternative, and yeah, she didn't play, so I was like, well, never mind. I've never been that into Guild Wars to get that far. Good luck, man. At this point, I've pretty much given up. I don't think there's anything that's gonna break her from it. It's like when you have a meth addicted girlfriend, and you're like, just stop taking meth, okay? Look, here's fucking addictive drinks, or chewing gum. You want some chewing gum? Or how about, you know, vaping? You want to do vaping instead of meth? And they're like, no, I want to do meth. That's pretty much Heather with WoW. So, you know, it is what it is. I would love to see more out of Ashes of Creation. I feel like that game looks interesting, but that game gives me MMO fantasy vibes of Star Citizen, and I'm really kind of not gonna get into that until that game's at least in beta. Ugh. Yeah, every time I'm running around in Guild Wars last week and I'm seeing people like out there on their boats fishing, I'm like, damn, maybe I should get that expansion. But I feel like deep down I know I won't play it. And I'm kind of trying to save up for, what do you call it? Hardware for DCS. I'm hoping that DCS is going to get the Kiowa soon, which would be fucking great. And then I want to get the HTC Vive before that happens. So between waiting for the Kiowa and then what do you call it? As soon as I get new HOTAS set up, because my X56 is not gonna fucking cut it. I need to start practicing with the Apache because I'd like to start getting into some of the DCS sim communities for helicopter stuff. Oh fuck. Yeah, we have all the DLC enabled on this server. Um, fuck, what was I saying? Oh yeah. Unlike the last like DCS newsletter, they highlighted a helicopter like sim community called Black Shark Den, and the stuff that those guys do is basically exactly what I would like to do with DCS, and it kind of reminds me of the communities I used to play with in Arma a long, long time ago. So I'm kind of like super motivated to get back into like helicopter flight, but I'm just waiting to get what do you call it? The Thrustmaster stick and Verpal collective. And who knows how fucking long that's gonna take, unfortunately. Okay, so silage good. And then I think we had silage in this other silo also. Arm is one of those things that just kind of depends what you want to do and like who you play with. I feel like I don't even remember what the game mode is called anymore, but I used to play a ton with a dedicated server community that was doing like basically like combined arms co-op stuff against AI. Yeah, my bad, Robert. I didn't even think about it because like we always just buy whatever the new DLC is. Fuck! I didn't even have that active. God damn it! Ah! That has been sitting on chaff for the last fucking 3 days. And I was like, oh man, I'll get back to it later because it I don't need it right now. But I'll use that to feed the cows, and I forgot to fucking activate the fucking production line. Well, it's gonna fuck up the cows because they're very low on silage. Fuck me. Might have to put in another one of those and what do you call it? I got you guys. It's like, oh, where were we talking? Yeah, no, I've already forgotten where I was at. This is the real reason I can't stream anymore. Is I'm slowly going senile dementia, and I don't remember anything anymore. I probably wasn't important. Um, no, Robert. Like it's a huge pain in the ass to turn off DLC, especially like while I'm streaming. Um, and honestly, like they haven't had any DLCs that are a lot yet. So like I think everybody that plays on the server just usually just buys it whenever they come out. Just left that running. Whatever. Oh, I might need this. We'll come up for it later. All right, so in order to fill our silage demand, I think I'm gonna end up having to whole crop this whole cornfield, which sucks. Really was hoping to just rely on that, but I don't think that's gonna pan out the way I wanted it to. I mean, I could probably still chop some of this as corn. We'll see though. Coming. I guess I could at least see how much of this I can stick in a silo really quick. I don't know. It kind of really fucks up my crop plan for the year, just a little bit. Food cycle calendar. There we go. It's really fucked me up. All my field plans have fallen apart. I don't have a whole lot of fields to work with right now. They're fairly expensive. So I've only got these 3 right now. I don't think there's anything I could even afford. Yeah, that's the next most affordable one, and it's 1 mil flat, or no, 1.3 mil, and I have 1 mil flat left over, and I still need that money for planting and what do you call it, fertilizer. And unfortunately, the cows are not going to make that kind of money, not for a while. So we are a little bit fucked. I was hoping to sell like part of this field as actual corn, and then I was gonna obviously cut. If you can't tell, I was gonna cut this side over here because it's kind of uneven. I was just gonna cut that for silage, whole crop, but then I was like, oh fuck, I need a little bit more. So I started cutting the outer perimeter of this, and now I'm starting to wonder if I'm gonna have to whole crop the entire field, which is not what I originally wanted to do with this field. So I'll get up here. Come on. Hey. I don't know. It kind of fucks me up a little bit. I have to rethink how I'm going to rotate these fields now and what I'm going to plant. Oh fuck, man. Let's send the vacuum home. It's going to be banging and clanking around the whole time. And then we'll probably wake Heather up too. Vacuum later, buddy. God damn it, I keep doing that. Fuck. Come on, make your turn. It shouldn't be at 480. So I'm not sure. That's a great question. Let's see what YouTube is doing today. Output. Oh, that might be my fault. I might not have set the resolution right after I had to reformat my hard drive a couple months ago. I haven't really streamed a whole lot since then, so I probably didn't catch it. So, no, it's probably me. I probably need to go through OBS and like double check settings again. Oh. I mean, to be fair though, you probably don't lose a whole lot in graphical fidelity with this game. It's not exactly Star Citizen levels of visually appealing. Definitely not not Microsoft Flight Sim or something like that, where you're ever gonna be like, oh man, it's so realistic looking. Gotta be almost full, right? There we go. Go deliver that shit. I would agree with that, yeah. Star Citizen's definitely starting to get there. Also doesn't help like how much Star Citizen like juggles the level of detail pop-in models now. Because like back in the day they used to maintain like the high res ones for way further out, and now it's, I don't know. I feel like it's way more noticeable than it used to be. Where would I even put another one of these fucking production silos? Didn't fucking know. Oh, fuck me. Alright. So I need silage. Killed all my fucking pretty plants, man. What the fuck? Goddamn monsters. Hey, a landscaping company. Good money for those plants. That didn't mean. Fuck. Back this bitch up. Dump. And while we're doing that, go down to productions. Ah, This one. This one. Is that all I can put in this? Is 25%? That's insane. Oh shit. Well, we do have another silage bunker. So we'll make use of it. Oh. And chop this whole field, or at least until that other bunker's full. That way I'll have two. Hi guys and girls, I'm Failure to Report, and today we're whole chopping crop. How did I do it? Was I close? Probably not. He has such a soft voice, man. Used to like slowly put me to sleep listening to him when I'd be out mining. In Elite Dangerous, I'd be listening to his lore videos, and I'd just be like, I'm getting sleepy. His voice is so fucking like soft and relaxing. And then you have fucking Bored Gamer who sounds like a nasally hobbit. And I'm like, how are these guys from the same country? Yeah, I don't have any issues with Obsidian. He's chill. I think he's a little bit like man, I don't know how to describe like my feelings on Ant. Like they're not negative. I think he markets his channel well, if that makes sense, right? Like maybe he is super passionate about stuff he plays, but it just feels like he hops from like one thing to another, whatever he thinks is gonna like get views. I used to watch a lot of Yamix when I played Elite Dangerous, but I just don't play Elite anymore. So I don't really catch Yamix as much anymore. I enjoyed the Yamix because like, I mean, I think he's funny, but also like he just doesn't pull punches on Frontier, which I think a lot of the other, especially like big elite streamers, kind of seem to. Like they were very forgiving or, you know, white glove approach to like their criticism, and Yamix would just literally make dick jokes about stuff. Honestly, I would probably play more elite, but just I don't like any of the ships that they have. Um, I think like that's a huge turnoff for me with elite is I think all the ships look like shit. Like there's a couple that are visually cool looking, but then they make no sense to use instead of a python or a crate. And it's like, okay, well, I guess I'll just not play. It'd be great if I was into the python or the crate though. I'd probably still be playing. Come on, buddy. Make that turn. You can do it. Is that more corn over there on that other field? Maybe I should try to find a way to buy that. Really, yeah, I wouldn't have to make 300,000 though. I don't think I have anything that I could do that with. Hmm. I think it's corn. We'll have to go looking. Once we fill this guy up, we'll run over there and check. It'll be stretched really, really thin now. I mean, my biggest thing with Elite though is like it just feels like shitty playing by yourself, and I'm not gonna play in open because of engineering. So like it's really, really hard to get like motivated to play Elite Dangerous. I do agree. There should be player trading, like unrestricted player trading, for sure. It's not food time yet, Mr. Kitty. Yeah, the whole thyroid shit feels really fucking dragged out, man. That shit's been dick teasing since I started playing Elite, and that was fucking 2017, I think it was, right? I think it was actually going on before that even, right? Like I'm not a huge Elite history buff, so I'm not positive, but I'm pretty sure it was going on before 2017 even. Like, how about some fucking culmination in that storyline there, FDev? Yeah, 2016. That sounds about right. I think I remember I was still strictly Star Citizen player, and I remember seeing a YouTube video of like this person just discovered aliens in Elite Dangerous, like showing up on news articles and stuff like that. And I was like, ah, cool. Because I didn't start playing Elite until the Great 3.0 fake lie patch dropped, and then I was like, okay, well, Star Citizen can suck my dick. Because prior to that, I was like exclusively like Star War or Star Citizen's better than Elite. Elite sucks. And then I was like, okay, well, you know, Star Citizen's kind of shitty too. Maybe I should like look into other space games. Can you stop batting at me? You have 30 minutes. Not even 25 minutes, and then I will give you kitty food. Okay, mister? It's corn. That could work. I wonder. Let's see. I got this and I won't be able to use it for a while, so I could technically sell that. Oh, what else can I afford to get rid of? Nothing really. The thing is, I have to buy it before tomorrow. I think tomorrow is October. I don't remember for sure. Let's see. Calendar. I think tomorrow's October. Because as soon as it goes to October, if I don't buy the field, the AI will harvest it, and they instantly harvest, so it's all gone. So I'm gonna have to figure something out with that. What can we get for milk? Ah, 10%. Fuck. God damn it, you lazy cow titties. Make more milk. We need more cow milky. Chicken. Out of these. 34%, 30,000 liters. I think that'll give me 30 grand. Wait, what was it going at? I think it was going at 1.6. So, what, like 45, 50? 40? Guess we'll see. Oh, that was close. Flip that. Tell I don't play enough Euro or American Truck Simulator. Yeah, just do a fucking 90-degree turn real quick at 50 miles an hour, no big deal. I think if we sell this, we should be able to buy that field, and then we will have nothing left financially because we're right at 1.3. But we do have a bunch of oat. But I don't think we can sell oats until January. So what I need to do is figure out when I need to plant by. Because if it's not until after January, then we'll be okay. I'm trying to avoid taking out loans because I feel like they're kind of cheesy. 6, come on, hit 1.4, hit 1.4. Ah, fuck. 389. So close yet so far. The only thing I don't like with this map that I'm sure I would regret if it was actually in here is I wish that they had traffic running through this map because it feels like it makes the world feel super fucking empty. To the bunker. Oh, we're not doing great with making money, but that's okay. I wanted to switch over to John Deere equipment, but I just can't afford it. So, rocking some basic New Holland stuff for right now. Or Case. Case would be good too. Although I was kind of surprised to see when we moved out this way, there was a lot of New Holland stuff out here, and I'd never seen New Holland working fields in Michigan before. Um, but I was kind of surprised to see that. But most of the guys out here around Frankenmuth area where I live, it's either really old junky John Deere stuff like early 90s 80s John Deere equipment, or the big corporate farms are all running brand new Case shit, um, which is cool as fuck to me. Like, dude, I nerd out. I'll be going to the grocery store and somebody's driving a giant fucking brand new Case axial flow down the street, and I'm like, oh yeah, look at the fucking treads. Ah, and Heather will look over at me like I'm fucking retarded. I'm like, you don't get it, babe. It's a farmer thing. uh, we have a weird relationship, alright? Weird in that she puts up with me. I would love to see a New Year model John Deere 9 series, but like you just never see them out here. There's a couple people that have probably like mid 90s um, nines out here, but you know they just don't look as clean and fucking sexy AF as the New Year nines. And I've never seen a tracked John Deere. They're always always the older 9Rs. I appreciate that, Extreme. Somebody would vouch that to Heather. I'd appreciate it. She just thinks I'm fucking weird. I mean, I try. You know, I try to be a connoisseur of the good stuff. Yeah, that's the kind of thing you say to a girl if you want to get fucking cut in your sleep. So that's probably not a great idea, Black Cat. Feel as though that might be very poor advice. Oh fuck, I'm out of silage additive in this. Fuck. Um, don't chop me up. Don't chop me up. All right, you just pause for a minute. Stay right here. I don't know how much this stuff actually helps in the game, but I feel like I need every advantage I can get right now because I'm kind of stretching it on funds and everything. Let me put it down to fill up. Oh, nice. Cool. Just enough. Ooh, no, no, oh, oh, oh. I need to start up the tractor. Even though it's a game, I always get really uncomfortable walking near this shit. Even though, like, you can't get hurt in this game um, by harvesters. I don't know why. It just always makes me, like, really uncomfortable walking near that shit. I have, like, this weird phobia about, like, getting chopped up by a combine. Okay, he's gonna do that. You gonna do grapes? Okay. Oh, March. Okay. I think here. I technically don't need to chop this stuff while it's still growing. Like, I could chop it after it's already um, matured. So, let's see. Can I afford this field now? I can. We could fast forward to October, and then I just need to set the corn harvester off on that other field. And I can do that with auto drive, so I can manually do the forage harvesting. Um, and then just have course play handle that cornfield. Um, and then once I get that cleared, like if you want to skip through to October, or I don't know, like what field work you have going. They have some mods that like enable crop damage regardless of who owns it, and sometimes I'm like, oh yeah, that could be good for like trying to enforce like a little bit more like immersive play because like sometimes you buy stuff from a store and you're like, well, the quickest way to my farm is off-roading through these 18 fields in between my place and the store. And then I'm like, that would actually probably be terrible because somebody would for sure just troll fields and drive through everything and just destroy everybody's crops for the fuck of it. Oh, okay. Maybe. I wasn't sure like how much time you wanted to waste or whatnot. They do not. I don't think they have any kind of like fire stuff or anything like that. The closest you get to like the environment ruining your crops is if it's raining. You get a very reduced yield, um, which is actually better than it was in FS19. In FS19, you couldn't harvest in the rain at all, and if the weather just happened to align perfectly, you could potentially not be able to harvest your crops and you would completely lose out on a field, which, especially if you're playing on really big fields, could pretty much tank you. So, in that regard, I would say FS22 is even more like friendly towards the weather. Because it used to be like Eisen, me, and Vaughn would be sitting here like where is it? Watching the forecast, going, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh man, there's precipitation all the way through. Oh shit, we're not gonna be able to fucking harvest. And like, you'd get like this short little break where the crops would just dry out enough for us to harvest, and be like, oh fucking thank God. Yeah, they've got quite a bunch of weird shit in since launch. I think there's another version of that hydro trike that like it's for grapes, and it kind of just like cruises through the middle of the grapevines and just poops out fucking liquid fertilizer everywhere. You can set clear weather, but it feels kind of like cheating. Like you can set no snow. You can lock it to be summer all year round. You can definitely mod or like adjust the way you want to play. That's kind of one of those things, man, where like um, I kind of talk about this whenever we get into Star Citizen stuff, and whenever Chris Roberts starts adding really tedious forced immersion dumb shit, like the food mechanics and just every dumb idea he comes up with, right? Like a lot of times it'll get compared to like, oh well, Ark or Hellion or whatever game has stuff like that too, right? And it's like, okay, but like the reason Ark is so successful and has managed to stay around for as long as it has is because of you know what do you call it, third party hosted servers, right? Like unofficial servers where people can tailor the game's experience to whatever they want. Like the amount of customizing you can do with Ark Survival Evolved or Conan Exiles or whatever, like that's what makes those games so successful. It's like the developers create all these mechanics and all these things, but then they allow you to tune them and like set how you want to play, and that's why they are so fucking popular. Star Citizen doesn't have that, right? Like when you're like, oh yeah, you gotta fucking eat every fucking hour and a half, and your fuel goes down to fucking zero in less than fucking 2 hours, and you gotta do this, that, and the other thing. Like that's a forced hard play style, and the user can't say like, no, that doesn't suit me, and that's not how I want to play, right? Because everybody always like whenever you start talking about how these stupid fucking overkill fucking game mechanics that Chris comes up with, people are always like, oh well, there are lots of other survival games that fucking have this and that, and it's like, yeah, but they don't operate the way Star Citizen does, and that's a huge part of why those games are able to do that. That's one of the nice things about like FarmSim 22. Like, I don't think I would play this game vanilla. Like, even when the game first came out, like all of us from the Discord channel who play this, like, we all kind of got on it and checked it out, and we're like, okay, and like we were basically waiting for the mods that like adjust the gameplay to what we like to come out. Like, the maps are all small, the equipment's all tiny, and like there's tons of other like settings that you can't really tune. You don't have the auto drive. You don't have the GPS lock for steering, right? So you actually drive in a fucking row. Driving without GPS steering is fucking cancer on these fields. Um, like all of that customization for the gameplay experience is what makes those kind of games so fucking popular. And I think Chris Roberts is lining himself up to learn a really tough lesson when he fucking goes fucking Hollywood ape mode on his fucking games mechanics, and then realizes nobody wants to fucking do that shit. Like, oh, the idea of being forced to eat, every so many hours and have to go fuel up with my fucking buddy Starfare bullshit, like every fucking hour and a half. Like, those are cool things when, it's in the lens of a movie, right? Like, you do it once in this scene and then it's over. But when you're having to do it over and over and over again, those things that seem cool, seem Hollywood, aren't anymore. Then they're just tedious. And I don't think that like Chris really realizes that, because I don't think he plays his game not the way that like a player does, right? You have 5 minutes. 5 minutes, then I give you food. This many. Hang in there. Stay strong. Okay? 5 minutes. In fact, when I finish this row, I will come feed you. Okay? Yeah, I mean that's one of those things too. Is like he needs to transition away from like I don't have a problem with time to kill, but the issue is like you want to have this world where you're out in the middle of space, far, far away from civilization and all this other shit, right? Like, you can't just get your ship popped by some dude cruising around with a fucking troll boner and then boom, you're done, right? Like, it needs to be more like The Expanse, where, you know, you can have the same time to kill that Star Citizen does, but it should be essentially the ship is just knocked the fuck out, right? And then those people are forced to either board and you can survive in there, or if they're a troll and they just fucking knock your ship out and go out about their day or whatever, like you're stuck there, but you're living off of like life support or your suit's oxygen or whatever other means you have to survive, and then somebody comes to like help you out or whatever. um, like there needs to be some system for being able to be way out far away, potentially days or hours away from civilization, that you're not just instantly fucked because you ran into one little dickhead um, in 30 seconds. That's just kind of like one of those Star Citizen problems where like nothing seems to be thought out by Chris and Tony Zine. Like they have all these grand ideas, but like half of their game doesn't fucking mesh with like how they have their game. All right, I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna feed the kitties really quick because they won't stop batting at me while I'm sitting here. All right, we back. Turn out. Need to go to the bunker. We're gonna get enough whole crop silage stuffed into that bunker that I can climb down in there and hide from World War III with it. I'll be safe from the Conrad nukes. I never really got into Aquatine. Aquatine. Hunger Force. Um, Heather used to watch it because she like used to make references to it all the time, and I'd look at her like, I don't know what you're talking about. And she'd shit talk me super hard. Like, I'm sorry, okay, I'm just some old man, alright? I don't get your young hipster stuff. Well, I mean, you know, he's a failed Hollywood director slash producer. His wife is a failed actress. Of course, Star Citizen is going to be, you know, looked at through not what's fun as a video game lens, but how can we make this, you know, a movie? And I mean, like you could tell that throughout like all the Citizen Cons. You know, like go back and watch old Citizen Cons where he used to live narrate demos and they would play them live, and like he just was so focused on pointing out stuff that like, you know, you would highlight if it was a movie fucking trailer, basically. Sandy's got some real bangers on her Hollywood fucking portfolio. Her IMDb is lit. She's a super serious actress, y'all. Like, honey, it's over. Okay? You are way past the age of making it in Hollywood. It's not gonna happen. It's time to fucking move on. Like, it's crazy to imagine her fucking chasing that still. That is the most fitting description of that I have ever heard anybody say, Eisen. Holy shit. I can't believe I've never thought of that reference before. That is so fucking good. Man, she ever gets back in Star Citizen News and I need to shit talk her being an actress, that is absolutely what I'm gonna steal from you. God damn, man. Fucking D Reynolds. Oh, I don't need to screenshot that. That was such gold. That was such sandy gold that I will never forget that. It was a masterpiece comparison right there. Well done. Hey, oh man. I don't think there's like anything worse to be compared to as an aspiring actress than Dee Reynolds. That's such a good one. And like the masterpiece of it all too is that like Dee is like completely oblivious to the fact that like, you know, she's over the hill, it's never gonna fucking happen, and Sandy's just like, ugh, that's so perfect on so many levels. Well done. Well fucking done, man. Get up here so I can shoot my load in you. Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. She was 100% using Chris for money. Between, money and he was a Hollywood director when she met him. She was 100% trying to fuck her way into the industry. I would love that. Wet toast. That would make me so fucking happy, right? If they made trucking a little bit more important and like lucrative to the point that like um, it was kind of like its own standalone gameplay loop, that'd be so fucking great to me. Or if they actually made like a game where like Truck Sim and Farm Sim were merged, right? Because it probably wouldn't be that interesting to the truckers playing Truck Sim because I'm assuming that their roads are like actually hours long and shit. And in here, like to go across the map on a 16 probably takes what? Like if I was way down here and I needed to come up here, it's probably like maybe 10, 15 minutes, something like that. So it's not a really engaging drive probably to somebody who plays truck sim. But if they could do that kind of shit, man, that would be fucking amazing. Like they do have a mod that adds trucking logistics to this game, and I was really thinking about putting it in there because it essentially adds trucking contracts where like you need to go to X location, pick up whatever, and then deliver it somewhere else. But I was like, I don't know if anybody would really play that. But it seemed cool because like I kind of like going out and like driving the truck around and stuff sometimes. Yeah, I mean she tried that route and it didn't work out great for her. Don't worry, she did that before Chris. I think it was before Chris actually. I don't know. I don't know if she was doing her porn career before or after she met Chris. I think all the links got purged when Pornhub did their shit, where they got rid of any content that wasn't like verified, and I don't think it was on any other sites than Pornhub. No, it was legit fetish porn, so it wasn't like a home movie or something like that. She was legit doing fetish porn, tickle fetish to be precise. Actually, I think it was like tickle torture porn fetish or whatever that shit's called. Yeah, people made a big deal of it. Like, I don't personally care. Like, I think if you want to do porn, do porn. Um, I don't really give a shit. I just think it shows like how desperate she was to be an actress, which kind of like is relevant to the project and relevant to like everything else that's going on. Especially when there's like allegations of her, you know, cashing a fucking paycheck as what an actress in Squadron 42. Her board member seat that she has now. Before that, it was like president of marketing or whatever. Um, she's taking all this money from the project while instead of being in the studio and like working for Star Citizen, she's off trying to be an actress and basically using that as like a fallback parachute. I honestly don't remember. I didn't pay attention to her fucking porn video. I like looked at it after seeing it linked on one of the subreddits for Star Citizen way back. And I was like, yep, that's Sandy Gardner. Like, I don't find her attractive. I'm not gonna watch it. And I also don't really like tickle fetish is not my thing. So no shame for people who it is, but it's just not for me. So there was literally no reason for me to watch it. It was super cringy to me, but I don't know. That's my opinion. I don't know. Some people are probably into it, so not here to kink shame. I would say that her porn acting was definitely not the best porn star acting I've ever seen, which says a lot probably on why she's not in Hollywood acting. I've seen better oh no stepbrother, I fell into the dryer, don't fuck me acting than Sandy's porn, so it definitely in my opinion explains why she's never made it in Hollywood. Damn, really? Did you? You should post that link in the Discord somewhere. I've had like tons of people ask me, and every time I Googled it to like link it for reference, and I could never find it. At least not after the Pornhub purge. I think it's crazy that there's still so many people in this project who don't know like all the fucking drama that's gone on with Star Citizen. Like that just kind of shows like how much shit they get away with over at CIG. Like between Sandy previously being, um, into that kind of shit and whatever. Ben being like a weird, I don't know what to even label him. Almost pedo, fucking stalker, racist. Um, they had somebody who was actually a pedo and went to jail for being a pedo, although he was kind of like loosely employed or some shit. Um, like there's been so many like crazy scandals with CIG over the years, and like nobody fucking seems to know about that shit anymore. No, he's full. You sure as fuck looks full. Yeah, he's full. This guy cut through this fucking grass. What's happening? I move speed. Yeah. Yeah, I've never been able to find it since the Pornhub purge, which I'm sure Sandy Gardner is very, very fucking happy about. I mean, granted, I've never tried like looking on any of the porn search engines, like the ones that scour all the porn sites. So maybe it is out there somewhere, and I just don't know about it. But I also don't care enough. Like when somebody asked me, it was kind of convenient to be able to like, yep, see, because a lot of people don't believe you, especially like fans. They're so like defensive of Sandy Gardner. It's so weird. They're like, You're just making that up to smear her. It's like, why would I make that up to smear her? Like, if I was gonna smear Sandy, I would talk about like the actual shit that she does in the project. That's plenty. Like, I don't need to make shit up about being a porn actress to smear her. Especially because like I'm pretty pro porn actresses and sex worker shit, so I'm not like, to me that's not smearing if somebody does that shit. I definitely think it's fair to talk about it though, but I'm not like, I don't think it makes her less of a person for doing porn. God damn, that made me jump. It has. It's been a while. Turn that up. Farming, man. We be farming. Farming, 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 farming every day. What's that? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like a boss. Big dick farmer right here, boys. Yeah, his fever broke, so we'll see though if it comes back up. That's the problem, is like he would take medicine and then his fever would break and then it would pop back up. Mm. Right. Yeah. That's what makes me like ultra nervous about that kind of stuff before, because like before I probably wouldn't have cared before I met Heather, but like, you know, her brother essentially had the flu and then died because of it. Right, right, right. Like they were like, oh, he's just sick, right? And then next thing you know, he's fucking in the hospital dying. And it's like, so now it's like it makes me way more paranoid. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just like, I'm 1,000 times more paranoid about like my kids getting like fevers and shit like that now after Heather. And that's shit like I never would have thought of before, because like I've never had any of that kind of stuff happen in my life, right? Like I've never known somebody who got like the flu and, you know, next thing you know they're in a hospital dead. Come on, roll around, bud. Can only chop so much of this before it gets wasted. Okay, sure, you could do that. What the fuck? Hunting. That's good. Wow, Nate. Fucking noob. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. I I hope I hope everybody shit talked him super hard because Nate is the one who says so much shit about like how does anybody even get hit by his fucking move? It's so obvious. Like he talks so much shit about it. Oh yeah, yeah, all the fucking time, dude. Nice. Ah. That's perfect. I'm glad somebody did it. Yeah, dude. He talks so much shit because it's usually Hakel getting like, dude. He gets I don't know what it is. Hakel like always gets focused by that charge, and like he'll be like doing something else and he'll get smacked, and like he doesn't usually die, but like it fucks him up, and he'll be like, oh fuck, and Nate will be like, oh my god, just move out of it. It's so obvious. Like nobody should ever get hit by that. And it's always like super like, okay, dude. I guess you're MLG. Sorry. You never get hit by a mechanic. So that's pretty hilarious that he died to that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What the fuck? Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, usually I'll just hit the back and then I'll try to shoot as many of those down as I can once he's done. But it shouldn't. One of them shouldn't kill you, or like, yeah, maybe. Yeah. Yeah. Mm. Yeah, it gets super dicey running that dude when the other guys like forget to clean up the taken snipers. Cause that dude hits like a fucking truck. What is it, the taken captain or whatever? And it's hard to hit him from like where you're at because he bubbles. Yeah, the vandal or whatever it is. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And you can't. Yeah, exactly. You can't focus on him and wait for them to step out of the bubble for the bubble to drop because you need to be doing the boss. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. So like, if the other guys aren't doing it, then it gets like you start taking a fuck ton of damage. And maybe they'll shame Nate enough that he'll not want to raid anymore and he'll just want to play siege, and then you can have your spot back. Yeah. Sorry, Nate. I don't know you that well. I don't care. Probably not. Especially not farming. Yeah, I'm pretty stoked for Warhammer to finally fucking update with the Grand Campaign because I think it'll be super fun to go pick up. I mean, I'm like super looking forward just playing with you. So like having it, yeah, yeah. and will reliably play, right? Like that would be the problem with playing with Kyle is fucking we would get to play 5 minutes of a campaign that literally takes weeks to do. Yeah, fucking. I don't. Oh, nice. Yeah. Right. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, that. Yeah. 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 Well, and that mode is stupid too because like even if you're like ah fuck it I don't want to do that, the NPCs all go and do it, and then that can end the campaign. And it's like, oh cool, what a fun mechanic. Ah. Mhm. Yeah, it's just such a dumb game though. Hmm. Yeah. Hmm. Ah, one sec. On another output, so you were muted in stream. You guys say
Oh
something?
shit,
Oh,
that's
there we
funny.
go.
But it feels like with games, right? Like they have to release their like unique experience first,
Hmm.
or it's like, or they're doing something wrong. Like if they just like if they had just released like Total War Warhammer 3 with like new races and shit, right? But just the big map again. People, I feel like they probably would have gotten criticized by like the people that don't play the game
Hmm.
as like you're just releasing Total War Warhammer 2, right? Like you're releasing the same game, you
Yeah.
know? And like it's yeah, but it's like that's what the player base wants. Fucking
Yeah.
dumbasses.
Yeah.
Like
Really.
yeah. I feel like for most games that would be true, right? Like it would be a shitty thing to do, you know? But there are a handful of games. It's like yeah, that you know, like Total War Warhammer 3, right? Like is absolutely one of the games where people just want more of the same, you know?
Hmm. Yeah.
Like obviously like new races and stuff, right? But like the gameplay itself though, right?
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing too. It's like, you know, if they didn't come out with that stupid fucking new campaign scenario, I feel like they're still justified with like a new box and like charging full price because like they completely revamped like how multiplayer works and like all this other shit. Like there were
Yeah.
major changes to the game,
Yeah, I agree.
um, and it's been how many years since two came out too, right? Like I feel like it's fine. They want to make money, and in my
Hmm.
opinion, they deserve it.
Yeah.
Like somebody when three
Well,
first came out and
and
like we were playing it and somebody in Discord was like trying to make a smart ass remark about like them charging money for like the races and stuff, and it's like, dude, like they're carrying over from like fucking Warhammer 1 fucking
Yeah.
how many years ago, and like the race packs were like fucking
And
$10. Like,
you
can you
don't need
really not
them,
afford
right?
that?
Like you don't need them, you know?
Right.
Like
Yeah, absolutely.
honestly, like I never felt compelled to buy race packs in 2. I put most of my time into 2. I barely played. I think I only bought one actually for Mortal Empires. Now that I think about it. Um but like I never felt compelled to buy race packs, right? Like
I've bought every one of them, but realistically, the only ones I needed to buy were Chaos, and that was it. Like,
yeah,
I
I bought them
I
over
don't even
time.
use them, and you don't
I
need to
bought
use them, right?
yeah, I bought most of them I think, but I bought them over time during sales.
Yeah.
And I felt like totally okay waiting, and I never felt like I had to buy them. I was just like, huh, well, I've played a lot of this game, and maybe I'll
Hmm.
play a lot more, and maybe I'll want to play this because it does look really cool. So I'll just get it, you know?
Right. Yeah. I feel like that's really the only reason to buy them is if you want to like someday try a race pack. But like realistically, like there's no reason to buy them because like if you're not going to play that race, it doesn't affect them being in your campaign, right? Like
Yeah.
they're still there. So like you are literally not compelled to buy anything you don't specifically want to play.
I think a better way. I mean, selling races and all that is totally fine, but a better way than the way they work now would be to the way they do it now is to I think sell the game with Immortal Empire or whatever that map is for that game, you know,
Hmm.
um, with that at launch and then sell the campaigns too.
Yeah.
I think they could easily sell like scenarios for like $5,
Hmm.
right? And I'd be totally okay with that because I feel like it gives the majority of players what they wanted, and
Yeah.
then the outlier players can spend a little bit more to get, you know.
Yeah.
I think that would be the best way. But then I think that from people that play games but not this game, they'd get a lot of criticism for that,
Hmm.
right?
Yeah.
Like unjustified criticism, but from their end, I see why they think it is. You know what I mean? Like it because that would be a really weird thing to do for most games.
Hmm. Yeah, Black Cat. I think that's pretty much what like everybody is waiting for. I don't think anybody.
Yeah, we got the mod, the workshop, and now we just want the big
Hmm.
map. Because I mean, like, yeah, you're right. Like that, there's enough of like change about the game too, an update to the game that they can justify it. And if you include the Immortal Empires in that, the map update to that being in the launch, like when like being in the launch version, right, for free, like
Hmm.
with the game, I think that would justify the $60 game, right?
Hmm.
That alone, I think, would absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting, a bunch of new factions and races. So like 2 non-chaos plus or 5 chaos factions plus like the Mortal Empires map, and then
Mm.
the multiplayer changes and fucking, all the new units that came with the new factions and stuff. Like,
Yeah.
I don't have a problem paying $60 for that, and especially because it's
I
not the
mean, I
Call of
have
Duty
less of a
release
problem.
model, right? Where it's
I
like
have less
every
of a
other year.
problem. Yeah, I have less of a problem paying $60 for that than what I paid for. To be
Yeah.
fair, I don't have a problem either way, but it's better that way to me. But
Yeah, like I literally have no desire to play that game until Mortal Empires. Like the grand campaign map is like the only shit that matters to me in that game.
Fuck.
Tough day of farming for you too.
I slept. I ate some Chinese food earlier. My sugar got a little high, and I took a sugar nap. It happens. That's what happens when you manage it all by diet and you don't take insulin. That means you can't really have what you want.
I would struggle.
Yeah, I mean it kind of sucks, but it also means I don't have to take shots 3 times
Yeah.
a day.
I'm
and
sure that's nice.
you know, not being on insulin is very good for you, right? You do become like insulin resistant over time, take more and more and shit. Yeah. But it also means that you can't just be like, I'm gonna eat whatever the fuck I want. Because like normally, if you're on insulin, you just counter it with insulin, like however much you're eating, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like it's obviously not good to do that still, but it at least you won't be like in a food coma or whatever. But yeah.
Yes.
Did you guys already figure out your cruise?
Fuck yeah, man!
Stuff?
Booked and everything.
Oh. Wait, really?
Yep.
God damn, when is it?
October.
Oh, alright. I'll be in semester 2 by then. I won't even notice you're gone.
Wow.
Fuck.
Wow. Yeah, we're going in October. So.
I mean, that makes sense. Go during the winter because it's still nice on the cruise, but it's shitty at home, you know? It's funny that, like, it was just like some Facebook shit, right? And then you saw your Heather's mom, and she's like, I want to go on a cruise, and you're like, fuck yeah, I can get it, I can make it happen.
Yep.
Like 20 minutes later, you're like, I've already convinced everybody.
Yeah, I just kind of like casually mentioned it, and she's like, call me. I call her, and she's like, so, about that cruise.
That's
3
great.
seconds later, I'm like waking Heather up, and she's all like, what? And I'm like, have her mom on like the big screen fucking Facebook FaceTime shit. I'm like, we're cruising. She's like,
God
what?
damn it. That's great.
Yeah, I'm pretty fucking excited. I'm gonna literally just eat my fucking face out and drink. And it's gonna be amazing. I don't know, actually. Like, her and I are both pretty fucking lightweight now.
Listen, you gotta keep the way you are, right? So that more will be less when you go.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You gotta manage your alcoholism, all right, man?
That's what I like about the cruise is you get unlimited fucking
Yeah.
alcohol as much as you can fucking drink. So it's like,
Yeah, you pay like I think you said last time you paid like for some like
yeah, you just
essential
buy a
drinking
drink package,
pass.
and you're
Yeah,
every bar, like whatever, you just hand them your
just
wristband,
gives you whatever. Yeah,
and they're like, "Yup, okay, here's your fucking alcohol."
yeah,
It's so great.
pretty crazy. And I imagine that like for most people is they don't spend that much, right? And that's why it's worth it to them.
Probably.
Or whatever.
Yeah, they underestimated me and Heather.
Yeah, but for you, oh,
we
God.
got our money's worth.
I wish that like by like when like your cruise is over that they give you like a piece of paper that's like, you saved $8,000 on alcohol or something.
I would love to see that. Yeah, for sure. It might be an option. I don't know if it is.
That'd be so funny.
Yeah, I would love to know how much we drank last
Like
time.
like when you wipe in Destiny, it tells you how many kills you got. And
Yeah.
shit, right. You need one of those.
I hate that shit because like in Destiny, whenever you don't wipe,
It doesn't give it to
it
you.
doesn't tell you what you did on the
Yeah.
boss, and I'm like, fuck, man, I felt like I was doing really good on that one, but now I'll never know because we didn't wipe.
Yeah, that came up last night. It comes up pretty much every time, right?
Yeah.
Because we were really curious because we two-phased him, and we in the first phase we got him to like 45% or something like that, right?
Mm.
And dude, they did that without me, pretty much.
Yeah.
Like I think I got booped off on the first one.
Mm-hmm.
And then the second one I didn't have any heavy, so like essentially without me, right? So they did it as a 5-man, right? Like I was like, Jesus fuck.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking amazing, Black Cat. I never really understood cruise people, and I always like whenever people posted it on Reddit, like, cruising's so bad for the environment. Who wants to go on a boat and just fucking blah blah blah? And be like, yeah, upvote, yeah, fuck cruises. And then I went on one and I was like, this is fucking great. This is what my life is about now.
How much do you think you would like it if you didn't like drinking as much as you do?
Probably a lot less.
Yeah. See, I think that's probably the big thing. I don't think as many people out there are like so into alcohol. You know,
I guess
not like you, right?
I don't know. I
Uh,
guess it depends on like what you like doing too. Like there's a ton of shit to do on the boat.
mm,
Like there's shows and there's fucking like all these like activities and stuff that you can do on
yeah,
the boat, and then like every time they dock at a port, there's tons of shit you can do. But like we just don't care about that. Like we did that
yeah.
stuff last time, and we were like, this time we're literally not getting off the boat, and we're just gonna fucking chill and drink and like tan.
Man,
So
you
I
know
guess it
what?
just
I
depends.
predict one day you're gonna live in Florida. You're an early snowbird, dude.
It'd be great. Down. Yeah, fucking. We'll probably be moving that way here soon. You know, we're gonna flip this house for more money, and then we'll be like, all right,
Probably.
time to go.
Dude, she's got the. You know how they're like, women. They eventually they get the baby making fire, right? No, no, no. Heather's got the house buying and selling fire. Sorry. Like, god damn.
Pretty accurate, man.
Uh,
Yeah, I've got to work on it though, because right now we're both like, oh man, Maine sounds really nice. Or what about like Upper Peninsula Michigan, or like, oh, Alaska? So like we need to start reversing our polar
yeah,
shift and start
who
heading
the fuck is
south.
coming up with those ideas?
Yeah, I don't know what we're thinking. We're like, yeah, let's live out more in the fucking wilderness.
And like basically more in the cold, right? Like,
Yeah, yeah. The cold is probably realistically like why we should not do that. Like we both like the atmosphere idea of those places, but I don't know how well we
yeah,
would
but you don't.
cope with the cold.
Yeah, the issue is that like I think when you imagine those places, you imagine them at their best, right?
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
And like, but you gotta remember that like for some months out of the year, they're the worst places to live, right?
Right.
Like, well, not the worst. Assuming you don't like the cold though, right? And the
Mhm.
snow and shit. Like, these aren't gonna be like super nice
Yeah.
when there's no leaves on the trees and there's snow on the ground and it's hard to drive for
Right.
fucking 4 months. You know?
Yeah, realistically, yeah. We probably should be looking somewhere more tropical. It's just everybody wants that, so it's super expensive.
Yeah,
And
that's
we're
true.
like, yeah, we want to get the most for our
Honestly,
fucking money.
like you probably have lived like been somewhere like like where I am because you've fucking been a lot of places from being in the army and shit. But like, uh, I don't know how I would live in either extreme at this point. Like I've lived in Kentucky my whole life, right? It's so like winters aren't bad, summers aren't bad, right? I've been like spoiled by this, I guess, right? And it's just like how the fuck do I ever like, dude? I stayed in Georgia for a month 10 years ago, and it was hell. It
Yeah.
was like it felt like hell, right? I showered twice every day.
Yeah,
I'd get out of the shower and shower again in my sweat.
the hot and humidity is a
It
terrible fucking
it's so
combination.
bad, man.
Yeah. Georgia's definitely probably the least loved place I've ever been.
Yeah, it's just, yeah. I mean, I get that like people like acclimate to stuff over time, right?
Yeah, I don't think you
But
ever acclimate to like the sweating and nastiness
yeah, I
of
don't know about
Georgia.
that, man.
At least I don't remember ever getting used to it. I feel like I was always just kind of like disgusting.
Yeah, it's just not. Yeah, I don't want that.
Yeah, hot and dry I'm down with, but hot and humid is a fucking nightmare to me. Fucking oily, sweaty fucking mess.
Every time that truck comes by, you get like a few sprays out
I
to it
know.
from like long range. It's like sniping it.
Sometimes it would honestly be way faster if I was driving the trailer.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
But it's not as fun. And originally, I wasn't gonna do this whole field, so I was trying to like manually chop because I wanted certain parts of the field, and then I was like, oh fuck, I need to do the whole field. So really, I should be doing the tractor at this point. Ah! Oh, no, 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 no. Keep that bitch open. I'm just trying to adjust your fucking speed, bud. Run away. You can chop at 6, I think.
Oh, dude, we almost got hybrid to make a pretty funny deal last night. It's close. A bet on people getting the raid exotic, basically, right?
Oh.
So if he got it, he won. If the other guy got it, they were right. But I think it was Zach, right? It was between him and Zach. And he's like, "Hey, do we still have the bet going or whatever?" And Zach's like, "I don't get anything out of that bet." He's like, "What are you talking about? I'll play this game. I'll stream myself playing this game, and it's some like weeb game, right?" And he's just like, "I don't want to watch you play that game." Hybrid, like, or whatever, Paul, or is it Paul? No, yeah. John.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, whatever. I'll call him Hybrid, but Zach called him whatever his name is. Obviously, he's like, "I don't want to watch you play that game." And he's like, "Come on!" He's like, "I'll wear my Godzilla suit and stream myself and stream video." And he's just like, that just lets you hide from the shame of playing the game. And I still don't want to watch you play the game, right? I was like, hold on. What if he wears a skimpy maid outfit? And it's like, now we're talking, right? And he's at first he kind of was like, no, and then he's like, hold on, if somebody sends me the maid outfit, I was like, okay, all right, hold on, I can find a $20 Halloween maid outfit right now, I'm sure, right? I will pay for this, right? I will pay for this. And he's just like, no, it can't be a Halloween one. It's like, wait, so your line in the sand is that we have to spend $300 getting you like an official skimpy maid outfit that's like super nice and everything, and that's the only. It's like, fuck, god damn it, you asshole.
I wonder why he wants the genuine thing.
And then I'm 99% sure that Zach got the raid exotic. So he would have been wearing the maid outfit.
Damn.
Oh god, it would have been so good.
That would have been pretty great.
It's funny because like I know that we all knew that like I didn't really contribute a lot to the rock damage, right? But because it went so smoothly, they were like, "Oh, that's really weird that it went so like the run just goes so smoothly with you move speed and not failure."
Wow.
I was like, "Well, if you guys will get like he'll be back. You guys will do the second run with him or whatever, right?" And they're like, "Yeah," and then we'll be able to compare it to this one and see that like it's better with you, obviously, right? I was like, "Jesus."
Wow. Okay, I'll remember that.
Yeah, I was like, Jesus Christ.
I'm gonna be as autistic as possible when we do the next run.
Well, I mean,
and
like,
then I'm not gonna say anything. I'm gonna just purposely fuck up over and over again and draw it on for as long as I possibly can. And then when we finally kill Rolk, I'll be like, I guess it is better with move speed, huh, guys?
I think the implication was that they did so perfectly on the rock damage that no matter how good it goes with you, they could never do that again, right? Like,
right.
So
right.
like, you're set up to fail. That was the joke. You know what I mean? Like,
or was it?
Well, yeah, true. But yeah, it's fucking.
They're in for a fucking surprise next time, let me tell you.
It's a good thing you worked on your Titan, huh? You got the charging boy ready. God damn it.
Fucking shield bashing dudes during the boss fight. Oops, sorry, I missed. Fucking in the plate circles for the fucking gatekeeper and just fucking Titan fucking shield bash all of them out of it. Oops. I missed my ability. Sorry, guys. I'm just really stupid. I'm not as good as Move Speed, you know?
Oh, no.
He'll be fucking PMing you. Hey, did you get a second character ready yet? Or
we're at the Rook Lockout. We're having a lot of issues. Can you just swap in for failure, please? You know, like honestly, we're not even sure if this is failure anymore. He seems very different. He's just he might have brain damage that he got in the last week.
I'll keep the headset on and I'll just let one of my kids fucking play the raid.
Oh God, that would be so hilarious.
See how long it takes like Zach or somebody to fucking like look on the channel. It's like Michael sitting there with the webcam on him as he's fucking raiding. That'd be a hard one to conceal though, because Michael gets very vocal when he's playing Destiny. He's like, yeah, I mean, take that!
Your kids get pretty vocal when they're playing anything, it seems.
It'd be fucking hilarious if I could pull that off, man. Ugh.
God, can you imagine if like they finished the raid with him and he streamed it with a cam on the whole time and they didn't know? Right? And they just like powered through it like,
man.
Fuck is up with the failure tonight? Like, god damn. No one wants to mention anything, right? Because they don't want to be a dick.
Oh, God. Great. I really want to like figure out a way to do that. I think it'd be hilarious to have one of my kids do it.
I mean, honestly, it might be really funny to just like swap him in for like one of the easier fights or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it could be pretty funny. Because there is the one where there's like the 3 totem things that you got to shoot in between like waves coming at you.
Yeah.
Like that's easy for the guy that's just killing.
Yeah.
Right? Something like that, and to see if, you know, like if it goes like super smoothly or whatever. Like what if they just like they don't mess up, no one messes up, he does perfectly fine, and afterwards you're like, oh sorry, I had to go AFK, so I let Michael play for a bit. And they're just like, wait, what? Because I don't even think there's anything that like they would have to ask him to do during that, right? Like there was no like, hey, move, go do this real quick, or, you know, it was all very, very straightforward. I mean, honestly, the Rogue stuff is very obvious too. I think it's. I feel like it's like a really easy raid, but it's not like. I don't know how they made. I felt like they made a raid that like is easy, but is still like worth doing. I don't know if there's a better word, if that makes sense though, right? I think it's a really good raid.
Yeah, I have fun. It's I don't know. It's not as cancerous once you're not like basically under the recommended.
Yeah.
Because like when I was first starting off, man, like it was just such a struggle to like try to pay attention to like call outs and
Yeah.
mechanics and stuff when like literally every other shot was like almost killing me.
Yeah, when the red bars feel like yellow bars do normally, right? You're being
Yeah.
flooded with yellow bars then, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, that, yeah. Yeah, it wasn't so much an issue for me because the other 5 people were all over leveled for it by the time I did it, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Even if I was a little under. So it wasn't like a big issue.
I think that's one of the things that like is kind of frustrating, rating and playing with those guys is they don't always take into the consideration that like they're way more active on Destiny than either of us are. So like they have like every possible meta exotic with catalysts and like they have like you know actually statted gear and shit like that. And it's like, you know,
yeah,
I don't have that shit, dude. Like I can't pull the same numbers you guys do.
Yeah, I remember when I can't remember, was it the Whisper one or the Darcy time or whatever, right? But there was a time where like it was essentially like required that you used one of those, right?
Yeah.
And it was frustrating when I didn't have it for the first one or two, right?
Yeah.
It's not so bad now because there's no like just you know like I think I use Sleeper, right? I've been using Sleeper and they're like, yeah, Sleeper's great, right? You just need like a big single target heavy weapon, you know, essentially. And you're good to go, right? But there were some raids where it felt like because like maybe like there weren't as many good heavy weapons back then and shit and stuff like that you needed like specific ones. And it was frustrating, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and especially when stuff is like something that's like really strong meta is also locked behind PvP, and it's like I don't want to do PvP.
Yeah.
So like I'm not gonna have that, dude.
Yeah.
And they'd be like, "Oh, just jump in Crucible," and it's like that.
Yeah,
I don't want
to
just
hop in, man. Just hop in.
Yeah.
To something that is so unfun for you that you don't take the power level rewards from it. Yeah. Right? Like.
Yeah.
Like honestly, like if we were gonna power through that kind of shit, we'd do it every week to get the upgrade, right?
Yeah.
But not like no.
Like hold on, I would rather literally delete my character than be forced to play Crucible and Gambit. Like pass.
Probably. Yeah.
I mean that's literally why I don't have like any of the good shit like that's considered, you know, like high-end meta that comes out of Crucible. Like I'm not gonna play it. I have no desire to play shitty.
Yeah, that's why I never got any of the like pinnacle weapons, right?
Yeah.
Back when those were a thing, like the Recluse and shit. Like nope.
Yeah, that shit's not fun to me.
Mountaintop,
I'm not gonna fucking do it. Yep.
Yeah.
Or like a lot of exotics that, you know, have a catalyst that you have to go fucking literally grind like fucking 400 fucking guardian kills or some shit.
Yeah.
Like that. I'm like,
God
nope,
damn.
Never getting that.
I just don't understand why those things
some of these drop the catalysts now, where it's like, well, there you go, just go kill fucking a fuck ton of things. And I'm like, can do that, no problem.
Yeah, right. Like if it's like 400 guardian kills, just make me get like 1,200 fucking like PvE kills, right?
Yeah.
Like it's fine, right? Like I can do that. Like even if I'm not going to do it for this season or whatever, right? Like I can do it over time if I like the exotic that much, you know?
Yeah.
Just from using it normally. Yeah, I hate the whole like, this is a PvE. This was made for PvP, so therefore all of the, even if it's really good in PvE, right? All of the requirements are still PvP, right? It's like, no, wait, what? No, it's meta in every part of the game, so I should be able to do it in every, right? Like in the game. I don't like how they, because I don't feel like it felt early on like they almost forced you to play PvP just for the powerfuls and shit, right? Because there weren't as many sources.
Yeah.
But now that I just, dude, I don't complete all the powerful upgrades right every week. That's fucking. There's a lot of them, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of ways to get.
Like, so I don't feel bad about not doing PvP for that. But it feels bad when like there's something that like feels like it's required in PvE,
Yeah.
and they're like, now go play PvP, even though you don't ever play it. I don't know. It just feels really shitty.
Oh, I totally agree. Like, why, if that's not a game mode I'm ever gonna play, why are you forcing me to get in there? But I need to get in there in order to get this item because it translates over to the game mode that I do play.
Yeah.
Fuck you. That's shitty. I mean, I'm constantly reminded that I don't understand game development, but even I understand that, so I'm curious like what the issue is here, guys. But please explain.
Yeah, it's frustrating because, like, to some degree, I think that, like, obviously developers should be able to make the game that they want to make, regardless of what the players want, right? But when it comes to like games as a service type shit, right, and when there's like balancing and stuff, that I feel like that shit, it like should be more heavily weighted to what players actually want, right? Like obviously The Witcher can have whatever kind of story it wants, right? But like the way the combat works should probably come down to like how the players want to play, right? Like I think that there are some things that like don't fall under the whole like this is their creative expression and should be able to be whatever they want it, you know? I don't know. I'll link you this instead of talking about it. You can look at it later. It's a Twitter post about, you know, something. Such a little fuck up. Ruined it all. Dude, I saw a post about someone on like the day after or a couple days after 4th of July on Reddit, and it wasn't like it was on like anti-work or something, right? But it was on the main page. Basically, like their boss came in, told them they were fired, and laughed and walked away, right?
The fuck?
So they like packed their shit up and went home, right? And the boss calls like, "Hey, we need you back in here." He's like, "Wait, I got fired." He's like, "Oh, that was a joke, you idiot," like kind of a thing, right? It's like April Fools. It's like, no, you don't make those kind of April Fools, right? You officially fired me, and I have witnesses, loser, right? Like, I saw that shit, and I was like, Jesus fuck. Like, how could you do that to somebody's like income? Like, make a joke about taking their life away from them, right?
LOL. That's fucking
Just for funsies.
April Fools in July. Oh, fuck. That's crazy.
I wish all the crazy from the last 5 years would just go away. Real bad.
Settle for half at this point.
No settling. I bet you'd fucking just let Putin get off with a slap on the wrist after what he's done too, huh?
He hasn't done anything. The Ukrainians are faking it.
They're faking it all.
How do we know that's even Russian troops in Ukraine right now? It's probably just Ukraine faking that too for publicity, so they can weasel their way into NATO.
Oh no.
Tucker told me what's going on. Okay, we can't trust these
Oh,
shitty
not Tucker.
Ukrainians.
Why is this guy holding his Arby's bag like it's his baby?
Dude, it's fucking hungry.
He's like, he's got it in like a football, like, you know, like hold, right? Like, or, you know, hold the ball when you're running, right? Where it's like cradled or whatever. It's just like, what the fuck? And like the top of the bag is like spread open, like he was like digging his head into it. I don't know. Listen, it's a person talking to a guy that has a big Arby's bag cradled in a Trump 2024 shirt, right?
He's protecting himself from the string of Arby's robberies that have been plaguing his neighborhood.
Yes.
He's got the meats and he doesn't want anybody else to take them. Oh god, I wish, dude. IHOP brand and flavor all over the fucking place, man. I get something new every week. I get fucking vape. I really like. I don't know. I don't feel like I've ever found anything that I like love.
I had that old one that I liked a lot, right? But it's from Hawaii and they won't ship to me anymore because Kentucky and the vape mail shit, right? But I found another one. It's apple peach strawberry. It's pretty good. I like it a lot. Dude, I find one and I stick to it though.
Yeah.
Like I vaped that other one on its like with nothing else ever for like 6 years. Yeah.
That poor vape shop in Hawaii is like,
yeah, I was
gotta
keeping them
close
open.
down. We lost our best customer.
Yeah, I was keeping them open, man.
Most reliable customers gone skis.
I also really like if I get a vape juice that's like that like gunks up the coils real bad, I have to find a new one no matter how much I like it. That shit's disgusting to me.
Yeah, it's super frustrating.
I think it's because like there's like sugar in it and the sugar like fucks with the cotton like really bad.
Yeah.
Like I have this other stuff that's that way. And like after like a day of vaping on it, if I look at the cotton, right, like the cotton is like falling apart. Like I don't, like I drip, right? So like I have like cotton that I pull through 2 coils, right? And normally to get that out with like good juice, you have to like kind of like tug on it until it squeezes through because you pull tight cotton through it and then on the 2 ends there's like it's thicker, right? So it's like it's hard to get it out, or you have to cut it on one end, right? Dude, with bad juice, it just falls apart when you pull it out. It's like cooking meat too long, right? It's fucking disgusting. But like with good juice, you can go like I go like a week without replacing cotton at least. I'm very particular with my juice. I've never bought any in person either. I think we got 2 vape shops near me now, and I'm still like, nope, I'm gonna buy it online so I don't have to talk to people. Also, like, everything I've heard is that, like, those shops end up full of, like, vape bros, right? Like, the people working them, right? And they're, like, listen, they know the basics of vaping, right? They probably all vape. But, like, they like, the stories I've heard, and I'm sure this isn't true for all of them, right? But you hear a lot of bad stories. You never hear the good ones, right? And they, like, the bad ones, they, like, push you into, like, you know, shit that you're not, you know, like, you don't know a lot about and shit. Like, they've pushed people to, like, you know, like, dripping that probably shouldn't have been dripping, right? That didn't know, like, understand battery safety and shit, you know? And mechanical mods and all that. And it's like, I just don't want to deal with those people, right? I don't want them to try to sell me on anything. Like, imagine if every time you went to Walmart for eggs, they were like, but these eggs, you should get these eggs. Come over and look at these eggs, right? It's like, fuck, no. I know what I want from Walmart.
I think I've been lucky as both of the stores that I've gone to, like, before I moved here and the one currently, it's, like, pretty much always a chick. They don't recommend anything. They don't bug me. They're just like, what do you want?
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm sure the likelihood of it happening are low, but I'm just like, no, I don't care, because I just buy it online. And I hate people anyways.
Good reason.
You don't like G Fuel, man? You don't like getting your electrolytes?
Oh, dude. How can you be a real gamer if you don't drink G Fuel?
Electrolytes are important, man. It's not the same as just putting salt into water and drinking that. I swear. I feel like we lost that battle like really hardcore when 50 Cent started promoting that vitamin water bullshit. Everyone bought into that shit like really hard. And he got like rich off of it, and then he blew all of his money or something. The cat's sitting at my doorway because my niece is upstairs, with his head turned, looking back over his shoulder at me, like staring at me from across the room.
You gonna do something about her or what?
It's so weird. He hates her so much.
Your poor niece. She just wants to love him so bad.
She does.
He's like, no, fuck you.
She's really nice to him too. Like I can't imagine what she did to him that when she was like 2 or something that made him hate her.
Fucking grudge holding fucking kitty.
Right? He gets like so scared of her and shit, but he'll get like so hungry when she's here for like if she'll be here for like most of the day and then stay the night, and he just won't go up for like 12 hours, right? eventually he'll go up and he'll just chow down like as fast as he possibly can, and then he'll come downstairs and throw it up all over my floor. Solid, completely solid food. Right? I'm like, God damn it, dude.
Worst.
Yeah.
Oh, what a fucker. You off the fucking mountain. Totally safe tractor behavior here. Yeah.
Have you seen any of the like shit people are saying about that Morbius movie lately?
No.
No, dude, there's like tons of memes out there about like how like nobody's willing to pay to go see it and shit. Like people are like, I wish I would have done literally anything else with my time and money.
Ah, that's perfect. Fucking the Batman's over here like, ah, thank God.
Yeah, right. Did you ever see Venom? The Venom movies?
I saw the first one, not the second.
Did you like it?
I liked the first one. I thought it was okay.
Yeah. I think you'll like Moon Knight then.
Yes.
It has that feeling, right? And there's certainly like, because it is like an alternate personality in his head kind of a situation, right? Mm-hmm. And then there's like one scene in the first episode that's very Venom-y, right? Like it's something that happened in Venom, sort of, right? Mm-hmm. Where like he's in control of his body, like the normal guy, right? Mm-hmm. And the other thing wants him to do something, and he's like, no, I'm going to do the opposite. And it starts like stopping him from doing it, like halfway, like half controlling his body. So like he tries to hand something to somebody, and it like closes the fists around it. Like, nope, you can't give that away. Nope, yeah. Right? Like, and he starts like moving all weird because they're like fighting for control, and like that's it was like, oh, that's kind of cool, right? Like you're doing a little bit of the Venom stuff that you did, or that they did. I guess because technically I think Sony does that or whatever, but still. But yeah, and it feels a little bit of the same with like an aggressive voice in his head telling him to do shit all the time.
Yeah, but did he method act in a wheelchair the entire time he was on set, like Jared Leto?
Wait, did Jared Leto do that for Morbius?
Yep.
Oh my! Wait, why is it a wheelchair?
He went everywhere in a wheelchair. Because isn't he disabled before he?
Oh, you might be right.
I
don't know almost anything about Morbius, to be fair. Yeah, you might be. I think you're right, actually.
Yeah, evidently he went everywhere in no wheelchair.
Jesus Christ!
To really get into the mindset of a disabled person.
Well, man, I appreciate people who can method act, right? I do appreciate that shit, because the good ones, right? Like the ones that are like that really use it for good, right? But sometimes you hear about people that method act and they just become like absolute pieces of shit because of it, mm-hmm. Right? And it's like, okay, all right. I think you're taking this a little too far, man.
Somebody needs to give Jared Leto an acting role where his character kills himself, and
so he can method act it.
Let Jared method act his way into that.
Holy shit! I don't disagree.
Jared, your motivation is you're incredibly depressed. You fucking take straight fentanyl drips like all the fucking time just because, and in the end you want to die. All right, so do what you got to do to get into character. Okay, bye. Yeah. We'll check up on your trailer in a week or two.
Here's all the drugs, just in case.
Oh, God, that'd be great. I fucking hate him so much. It's so fucking irritating.
I agree. I hate him, and I imagine I'd have to go like super far back to find any movie where I thought he was like a bonus to the movie,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like, I don't even think he, like, I'm trying to think, like, the last movie he was in that I really liked, right? Like, Blade Runner, probably, right?
Mm-hmm.
But, like, he didn't add anything to that, right?
Not at all.
Like, you could have replaced him with anybody.
Yeah.
And it would have been the same movie to me.
Yeah. Same thing with Fight Club. Anybody could have gotten their face punched in by Edward Norton. I wouldn't have given a fuck.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I always forget that's him, right?
Yeah.
I think maybe Dallas Buyers Club, but I think that just came down to like he was handed a really strong character or a really good movie at least. I don't remember the movie too much, but I know I didn't have any like real issues with him in that. But yeah, I don't. I look back and I'm just like, dude, can you just go back to doing music so I can ignore you?
Right. Yeah, I would struggle to think of anything he's added.
Oh, he was the bad guy in Panic Room too.
I didn't see that one.
Oh, it's an old movie with Jodie Foster, but older. I guess he was okay in that, but like again, like I don't think that like I think like insert random tough guy, would have been just as good. I never feel like he's like a selling point for a movie.
Yeah. I certainly agree with you.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Like there are certainly actors that I dislike that I still feel like are good for the movies that like sometimes, right? For the movies that they're in. Like Will Smith is a really good example. I don't really like him as an actor because I feel like he just always plays himself. But sometimes the movie calls for Will Smith, right? Like that's happened, I think he was really good in I Am Legend, even though they fucked with that movie really badly, and I think they should have named it something else, and it would have been a fine movie, and I think it was great in that, right? But I don't necessarily like him as an actor still, right? But I still think like he does good job generally. But yeah, not Jared Leto. Like fuck off, you just go away. Fuck.
Yeah, like Will Smith, I hate him as a person. I don't enjoy his acting. But like him in Independence Day wouldn't be the same movie without him.
Yeah,
Like that
exactly.
kind of
Yeah,
shit.
that's that and like and probably at least the first uh Men in Black, right? Would probably
Yep.
fall under the same kind of
Yep.
thing. Yeah. You know that that role was originally offered to the guy that played Robin in the fuck one of the older Batman movies. It's the only one with Robin, right?
Batman Returns, I think it is, right?
Maybe, yeah, maybe I don't know.
The little white
I think
guy.
yeah. It's the guy that's on NCIS Los Angeles now.
Oh, is
He's
it?
like the main character in that. Yeah.
I don't watch it yet.
He was offered that. Yeah. He was offered that shit, and it was right after he did the Batman stuff, I think, right? So he was like, I was getting this huge dose of like superstardom, right? And he's like, I didn't want it. He's like, I just started turning down those roles. I was like, damn. He's like, yeah, I'd rather go, start a family instead of that.
So Donald.
Yeah. I mean, he was good as Robin, right? Like I think he's a good actor. But dude, Men in Black would have been so different.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
like I watch NCIS Los Angeles too, so like I know him as an actor, right? Um, yeah, it would have. I don't. Maybe it wouldn't have even been good, right?
Yeah.
Without that like comedic relief a little bit,
Yeah.
Because I don't think he can pull that at all.
Yeah, that's I think that was a very distinct Will Smith aspect to that character. That it definitely wouldn't have been the same kind of movie without him or somebody else that like could have pulled that.
Yeah. Yeah, well, at least Will Smith when he was young, he had this like weird, like not weird, like unique, like add on to his acting that made it like funny and shit that like isn't necessarily comedy, but it's like his personality, right? Just worked for some of those things. But yeah, I don't think you can. Yeah, I don't think you can say that about fucking Jared Leto at all, right?
Yeah, there is. I can't think of any redeeming factor to Jared Leto as an actor.
Yeah.
Oh, he really gets into the character. Cool. Remember how bad I wanted somebody to play insert character that gets like so obnoxiously, annoyingly into it that everybody else on set hates them. Ah, man, that's what I was really missing in insert movie.
You know what? I'm willing to bet that they would have hated him regardless. uh, oh man, did you hear about fucking Bruce Willis?
A little bit.
He's got like early onset dementia or something, right?
Um,
And he retired or whatever. There's some speculation going around that like either he started doing those like straight to TV movie things for like big payouts for the money because he knew that his career was ending,
uh,
or he was talked into them and he was already losing his mind. And people are wondering about that. Like, oh, did he start doing these because somebody wanted to cash in before he couldn't act anymore? And they like pushed him that way and he wasn't able to actually make the decision himself, really?
yeah.
Everyone's wondering now. Because he did. Like, at some point, he just started cranking those out. Apparently, he was getting paid like $1 million for like 10 hours of filming for those. Right? Like, he was making bank. He was making more like for his time than he was on any of the big movies he shot. Right? And it's basically just to get him on their cover, essentially. Right?
Just looked at your your shit you
Yeah.
post. Oh man.
That's great, right? It's like, dude, if you're gonna do it, just go all the way. Fuck.
That's
You know?
insane.
uh,
I'm so not racist that I didn't even think about the fact that our skin
yeah.
color would be different in order to think about the hands. I just wanted to put my face in there.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh my god, dude, that's crazy.
Oh, you know what a perfect comparison to Jared Leto is? To like prove the whole like even if I don't like them, there are movies that like most actors are like good for. Adam Driver. I don't like Adam Driver very much, right? But but he's a good actor, right? I think he's like the perfect opposite of Jared Leto.
I don't think I've seen him in anything besides Force Awakens. So, but
Oh,
like
really?
I've heard people like
Oh,
say that he's good. So
he was. I think he was really good in The Last Duel. If you have you not seen that yet?
I
Or
still have not watched that. Yeah.
oh, okay. It's a really weird movie, right? Like, because they like you basically watched like the same movie through a different lens 3 times, right? Do you know what it's about?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So you see the perspective of the wife, the husband, and the guy that did it, right?
Yeah.
So they show you all three of those, and it's weird. But it's a good movie. I liked it.
I think I just haven't been on like a period piece kick lately. So like
Yeah. I
I
used to.
just haven't watched anything like that in a while. Um,
Mhm.
I did finally watch Mr. Nobody.
Oh, nice. You like it?
Yeah, it was really good.
It's good, right?
It was super good. I think I like almost like that more than John Wick.
I liked it more than the second and third John Wick.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
The
For
first John
sure.
Wick is still
It's
special to me.
pretty. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, and it's way better than the one. It is 10 times the movie than the John Wick with Ruby Rose. 100%. She ruins that movie. Honestly, that movie, if you just slid Ruby Rose into John Wick 1, it would make it a trash movie for me. I hate her. I don't know how Hollywood decided that she's like the tough girl, right? But there are women that have muscles out there, right? She's not one of them. She can't hang with men, right? You put her up against like a 6'2", 200-pound dude, and there is no world where any kind of training makes up for that advantage, right? It's just, yeah, God.
Yeah, if I was
I don't
an
even think she's that
actor,
bad
I
of
would
an
be
actress.
afraid to
I
like
just,
be in a scene with her because I would be afraid I would break her in half just by like looking at her.
yeah, like I don't even think she's that bad of. She's a decent TV actress, I think, right? Like that level of actress. I just hate how they cast her.
Yeah.
Man, like it's just so bad. It's like when season 2 of The Mandalorian came out and fucking Cara Dune or what was her name? And well, that's her character's name.
Yeah.
But the girl, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, "Oh, did she eat herself?" Right? Did she find a copy of herself and eat it?
Yeah.
Cuz now she just looks like double the size, right? Yeah, I don't know. I dislike it when they it's really hard to miscast guys nowadays, like for that kind of a reason, because there's so many guys out there that are in such good shape, right?
Yeah.
Like there are 10,000 Ryan Reynolds waiting in the wings, right, for a role like insert apps like ripped fit dude, you know?
Yeah.
But it just doesn't seem to be the case for women, so they have to like make up for it somehow, and I don't know. It's like, well, she has tattoos and short hair, so she's tough.
And
no.
if you question it, then you're a misogynist.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, like I don't know how you solve the problem of getting, ripped women to do those, I guess, movies. If the issue is that there weren't like any decent actresses that had any muscle, then like I don't know how you solve that problem. But I don't think you solve it by like making me have to go to like Narnia to accept that somebody with no muscle can do those things, right?
I think the problem is they want those like badass strong woman characters, but then to cast girls that look like that doesn't work out because those women look like troglodytes and they're not Hollywood pretty.
Maybe that's the issue for them. It's just I don't. God. I've heard she's hard to work with too. Like she thinks she's like a superstar kind of person, and yeah, it's like, no, you're not. Listen, you're not a big star, right? You've been in she's been in a good amount of movies, right? But none, like I can't think of a movie where she was anywhere near the lead that was like a big movie, right?
Sweetie, you're a CW actress. Chill.
Yeah, she is. Until she quit that too because she couldn't get along with people, like from what I've heard. The Batgirl show or Batwoman?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, from what I've heard, she whether she was quit or fired, I don't know, right? But like,
right.
She's like she didn't get along with people, was my understanding, and she apparently found out she had a latex allergy. That's kind of tough to deal with, I guess, when you're dressing up in latex. But yeah, like her acting in that was fine too. It's just like you're so tiny and frail.
I've never watched it, so I can't.
Yeah, I mean, like it was fine for a CW show, just to be clear, right? Like I don't think it was great or anything, but it's not. It wasn't any worse than like Supergirl, you know.
Mm. Yeah, that would probably be my problem. Is I'm not big on CW.
Yeah, you would say her acting was horrible in that, but then I'd be like, all right, now watch The Arrow, Supergirl, and The Flash. You'd be like, every one of these actors is absolute trash. You'd be like, just everyone.
I'll literally like go over to Heather's parents because her dad watches all those shows that you watch on CW, and like he's into all the superhero shit. and he'll be watching something. I'm like, I can't do this. I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm happy for you that you have this, that you can watch and you enjoy it, but I'm out.
Yeah.
And it's not even necessarily the actors. Like maybe some of them are good, but like the shows themselves just seem so they're stupid that I just
I don't think it's the actors. I think they've got a handful of actually really good actors over there that could go on to do like much better things, right? Like I think that they've got a handful of like top tier TV actors for sure. It's just the stories and shit. But yeah, I wouldn't say that I like all of those shows. I'm like so in on the superhero shit that I just watch it.
I
right?
totally get it.
Like I watch it for the world building kind of shit, right? Like the thinking about that world. Like I really like that shit. But
no, I totally get it. That's how I am with like Star Wars.
And the Arrows actor is hot as shit, man. I'd go gay probably. No, I'm just kidding. Fuck. You got some competition. Fuck.
How many Star Citizenships has he bought you? Fuck him.
Oh, well, yeah, you're right, actually. And he has the money to get all of them for me.
He could be swinging you a Legatus pack here, bud.
Actually, like I think like something to say that he is actually a good actor. There's a new show. Well, it's not new. It's had a season already called Heel. I think. I don't remember what it's on. But it's basically about like a small time like wrestling thing, like a family owned like WWE essentially, but like very small time in like a small city, right? And he's like the older son that inherited it and runs it, but he also wrestles, right? And it's basically it's about like how like there always has to be somebody to be hated in wrestling, so you have to have a heel, right? Shit like that, sort of. And he's really good in that, right? I was like, damn, he actually can act. I never knew because I only watch him in Arrow, right?
That's funny.
What?
I meant to get a hold of Heather's dad about something tomorrow. But he wakes up at 4, like does some stuff, and then goes to bed at 8 because he works third shift.
No.
And I was like, oh fuck, I already missed him. Squish the crops. Oh, I need a big tractor so bad.
Did you ever watch Spartacus?
I think I only watched the first season.
Oh, do you know the guy that plays Crixus? Manu Bennett is his name. You remember that guy?
I don't remember the character.
Dude, that guy went on to be like the discount. Oh fuck! What? Hold on 1 second. Josh Brolin. He's like the discount Josh Brolin now, right? Like, you know how Josh Brolin gets all these roles where he plays like a tough guy and shit now? Like he was in the Deadpool movie, and he was Thanos and shit, right?
Yeah.
Fucking Manu Bennett is like the tough guy TV guy. He plays like Deathstroke and Arrow, and he plays like some tough guy in some magical show, right? Or he did. It's just like really funny.
Typecasting works out for you.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, he's also like, I think he plays like one of the like head orcs or whatever in the Hobbit movie. So like, it's not like he's not getting good roles, you know.
Nice. I mean, he's getting roles.
Yeah. It's just kind of funny that like he's like basically the same actor as Josh Brolin now, right?
Mm-hmm.
He just kind of doesn't get quite as good as Josh Brolin.
Yeah.
Then the next episode of Halo is tonight.
I don't even want to watch it.
Uh,
Is this number 3 or 2?
3.
Okay, so in 2 he takes all the armor off, right? I think I saw like.
Does he? I don't know.
I haven't watched it. I saw an article and it was like fans are even more pissed off at the Halo show now after this, and it like shows a picture of like him standing there with just like the black jumpsuit on and like the Mjolnir armor behind him, and I'm like, I'm checking out of this. I'm not even gonna watch it out of like spite at this point. Fuck off. I'm done.
You know, like maybe he did, and I just didn't pay attention because he still had like some kind of a like
Yeah, I don't know.
mech like maybe the like
Maybe
undersuit still looked like similar or something. You know what I mean? Maybe I just didn't notice. Yeah. Like I don't have a problem with it because I don't know Halo lore, right? Like that's what it comes down to, right? Like I understand why it bothers you, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, I can't with this shit.
I understand.
It's so infuriating, like what they're doing with the characters and shit, and like I don't know, man. Like he's gonna fucking carry around this little Chinese girl or whatever. Like
she's the worst part of the show, to be fair.
The whole time, like fucking Baby Yoda, and it's like why is she here? Like who gives a fuck? Like this is a made up fucking character that you're just having to like have him carry around to like humanize him or something. Like what? This is fucking dumb.
The problem for me is that like she offers nothing, right?
Yeah.
It seems she offers nothing. It's all about him not wanting to kill her, right?
Yeah.
It's like, okay, all right, so like stash her somewhere so I can get her off my screen, right?
Yeah. Oh, you know what I mean? Like, I dropped you off at other fucking resistance planet. Have good life. Goodbye. Like, what are you? Why is this? To be fair,
did you watch episode 2?
No.
Oh, so he does try to get rid of her. I don't remember if he does in the end, but yeah. He basically like you're not gonna watch it, right? You just don't care, right? Okay. All right. Spoilers, guys, for Halo TV show. Just I'm gonna spoil some stuff. Let me give it like 5 seconds. All right. Cool. So he, at the end of episode 1, they're like he's about to land and he gets control of the ship and just dips, right? Yeah. The next episode starts. I think it starts with a flashback to when he's like a teenager, right? And they're like in training or whatever.
Yeah.
And he gets up in the middle of the night and goes to like a perimeter fence, and they're on like a military base that almost looks like it's a prison for them, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it is essentially, right? Yeah. And there's another guy, in a Spartan, like they have their like armors, right? Mm-hmm. He doesn't have his, but the other guy does. And he's like cutting the fence or something, right, to leave. Mm-hmm. And he's like, "Hey, where's your armor?" Like he looks back, he's like, "Hey, where's your armor?" And like clearly they had like decided they were gonna leave. They didn't want to be what the USNC or whatever wanted them to be, right? Mm-hmm. And he changed his mind, and he draws a gun on him, right? He's like, "You can't leave," right? And the guy's like, "Dude, come on, like they're literally like turning us into weapons, right? Like this isn't right, you know." And like he kind of like realizes like, okay, maybe he should be able to choose, right? But like he's like also like torn because he has like a duty and shit, right? That's Master Chief, like he's torn. So he's like, you have 5 minutes, right? Mm-hmm. And he's like, give me 10, right? Just give me fucking 10, right? And he's like, you have 5 minutes, right? And he goes but he takes her to him. He goes to that guy in the future. Right, after he after episode 1, and that guy is like doing really well because like he's smarter and stronger and shit, right, than
Yeah.
the average person. And he's in some like I don't know, like more like a criminal place than rebel, it seemed, right? But he's doing very well, right? And he's like, I haven't seen, you gave me, like, they even argue, he's like, you gave me 5 minutes, right? He's like, I barely made it, right? Like, I had fucking Marines on my ass for like literally like 9 days or something, right? Like the whole time, right? He's like, I barely made it. He's just like, yeah, I get it. He's like, and now you want my help, right? Like, now you're coming to me after all this time, after you fucked me like that, right? And he does help him, right? But he grandstands a bit, right? He's like, he gets to sit on his high horse a little bit for that. But yeah, he takes her to that, like an old Spartan that can like probably protect her, but the place is probably pretty safe too.
Mm-hmm.
But he like shows up and everybody there just like pulls guns, like that's a Spartan, right? fuck, right? Like, fuck, we're dead probably, but we're gonna shoot him too, like. But then the other guy's like, no, let it go. I know him. But yeah, something happened to that guy when he was like still in training or something, and he like his arm, like his whole arm got fucked up. So now it's like all burned, and it's almost like it looks like he has a tentacle arm, right? Almost because like his fingers look like they've like two of them have like melted together or some shit, right? And that happened when he was a kid. So he was like, I guess the idea was that he was afraid that like he wouldn't be able to perform at some point, and they just off him, right? And that's why he left originally. And I think that's probably deep down inside that's why Master Chief let him, but still, it's like fucking tentacle arm over here. What the fuck? Dude. Yeah, I don't know. I like the show, but I imagine that if I knew the lore really well, right, that I'd have a lot more issues with it, too. There was some speculation that they did the helmet thing, like taking the helmet off, so quickly and for so often, is because they didn't want to be compared to the Mandalorian. And it's like, so what? Right? So what? Just stay, like, it's the way it's. If it's the way it should be, it's the way it should be, right? Like, I understand, like, not wanting to be, but, like, changing something that's, like, seems to be... Like, I don't know if that's a true thing, right? Like, I personally, like, I just have to take everyone's word for it, right? But...
It's like that in literally, like, every game, and every movie, and every short that they've ever had with, like, Master Chief in it. Like, he doesn't take the fucking helmet off around people. He doesn't fucking take the armor off. And then they're like, YOLO, fuck it!
I think that there's some room, right, to, like, defy those things, right? Like, I think that the Mandalorian handled it pretty well. He took it off for, like, an emotional moment, right? And then he took it off when he fucking had to, right? But they still make a big deal out of how big of a deal that was, right? Like, he literally, like, have you watched the newest the Mandalorian stuff from the Boba Fett show?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Like he literally gets excommunicated for it, right? Yeah. For like, he tells the truth, like, because his honor makes him tell the truth, right? Yeah. And then on top of that, outside of those 2 moments, he doesn't fucking take it off again. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, I feel like there are ways to like do it respectfully, sort of, And the Mandalorian proves that, right? Because I don't think that like ruined his character, Yeah. Like, there's a lot that you can be bothered by with the Mandalorian, but it's certainly not the fact that he took off his helmet twice for, like, what I think are pretty good, like, they gave good reasons for it, right? They created a situation where he had to, right? Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting, too, because I feel like they did a lot of other, like, there were a handful or so of, like, interesting things that they did do in the Halo show, right? Like the part where his armor depletes, it makes the beeping sound. He sits behind cover, like I do in every fucking Halo game that I've ever played, right? And you wait for it to charge, and it makes the charging noise, right? Like, it was like, okay, right? Like, okay, like, thanks for tossing that in there. You don't have to do it every time, but you know what I mean? Like, I appreciate that you you're doing that kind of a thing, you know?
Yeah.
Because if that happens every time there's combat, it will be frustrating, right? But toss it in once or twice or whatever, right? And it's like, oh, okay, that's interesting, because, you know, that's what happens when I play the game, when I'm him, you know?
Yeah.
I didn't hear it, and I didn't feel like going back to look, but Reddit said that in the part where the elites are coming through the gate, you can faintly hear warts, like, from them. They're like, wart in the background, right? And I thought that was pretty cool. Yeah, it's interesting to see what fucking all these crazy weapons do against humans now, though, right?
Yeah,
Fuck.
yeah.
I know that was the way they deal with that. You know, they're pretty brutal, I think.
Yeah, I think the closest we ever got were the Neil Blomkamp ODST short, where like somebody gets popped with a needler and fucking like one of them explodes, one of them gets pinned to a fucking like concrete wall and shit.
Yeah, I'm interested to see the more crazy, because we saw the Covenant's like base weapons there, right? And then the swords, right? But like they have some insane fucking weapons that I want to see used, you know, like
Oh, I guess Forward Unto Dawn too. I just don't remember that one super well because it's like literally the last part of that show or movie or whatever it was.
Yeah.
I don't remember how graphic they get with that.
Have they done any games or any kind of like? Is there any lore on this part of the timeline or whatever that the Halo show is doing? Like, I can't remember what they call it, but they like they were saying it's like the whatever his group's name is, the Silver Legion or something. I don't know, right? His group of Spartans. Like, apparently there's not a lot of like stuff from that. Like, all of the visual stuff we have, like movies and games, is all from past that, right?
Yeah.
So like it seems like they're kind of like, oh, we can, you know, sort of do what we want here, you know, and it's making some people upset.
Yeah, I think what Eisen said, like all that timeline is pretty much in the books. I think I think Forward Unto Dawn, when they're like in the academy or stuff, I think that's literally kind of the same timeline, because it's still all about like the UNSC fighting the separatists. And like nobody knows about Spartans. That's why like when the one kid like hacks the Oni like login or whatever, and they find like the clip of a Spartan, they're like, whoa, what the fuck is that? And then like later on in that footage, like they see the Spartan fighting with separatists, and they're like, wait, why are we fighting with separatists? And then like later in the clip you see like a little bit of a Covenant dude. I don't remember if it was in a
yeah, so I guess they're trying to like show that like phenomenon sort of, right, where like the rebels hate the you know, the military guys, whatever, the Spartans and all them, right? But then but part of the reasoning, you know, because they are shitty people too, right? That they kind of just kill people, right, that don't join them. But part of that is because they don't believe in the Covenant. The Covenant hasn't like touched them in any way. They don't, you know what I mean? And in the first episode, they're like, "Holy shit, they were right." You know what I mean? Like, like holy shit! Oh no. Yeah, I don't know. I like it, but like I imagine that like you could have themed this in something non-Halo, and I would have still liked it. Right? It has nothing. And that's probably, it's sort of like the same issue I have with like I Am Legend, right? Because I've read the book, I know what it should have been, and it's the same thing for you, right? With Halo, because you know the lore, you know what it should be, and you can't stop thinking about that the whole time you're watching, right? If they had just called it something else besides Halo, it probably is. It'd probably be a fine show for you. You know what I mean? Outside of a few things, right? But you wouldn't have any of your like fucking like they're breaking the universe and ruining it. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's frustrating when they adapt things and change things from them, because you, like, the people that love that thing are now fucked, right?
Yeah, right.
So I get it for sure.
I think that's why like I love Henry Cavill as Geralt so much, is like he's so insistent
because he's already a fan
to it,
of it. Yeah, Yeah, like he like I'm pretty sure he played the games like before he was even offered, right? Yeah. But I mean, like, unfortunately, he's a huge outlier, right? He's like
Yeah.
a giant gaming nerd, right? Like he plays WoW, he plays D&D, right?
If only there were more of those out there. God damn it. Fuck it. Finally.
But even then, like they've changed things in The Witcher, to my understanding, right? Like they've changed things, and some people aren't happy, right, about the things that they have changed, and I guess we can just appreciate that Henry Cavill hasn't let it touch Geralt as much, but he can't really tell them that they can't change like something that has no relation to him, right? Like how can he like he can't like he doesn't have that. I don't know if he's got necessarily that kind of power, right?
Right, for sure.
But when they need him to do a scene as Geralt, he can just be like, I won't do it that way. What are you gonna do about it, right? You better change the fucking scene, bitch.
Hey Archer, what's up, dude?
Yeah. Hey, bud. Yeah. It's frustrating. Every time I hear of a new like adaptation of a game or something, I'm like, oh no, right?
Yeah.
What are they gonna do?
When they start talking about that Borderlands movie, I'm like, oh god, help
Dude,
me.
I don't know if I want that on it. Like, that's one of the ones that's like, okay, maybe you shouldn't with this one, right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how they're gonna get the feeling of Borderlands without that like unique art style and
Yeah.
you know like. And I don't know if the humor works in live action, right?
Or like Kevin Hart as Roland. What?
Yeah, I didn't know Roland was supposed to be 4'11". I just had no idea. You know, like
what? Okay, I guess.
I like Kevin Hart too. It's just like not there.
Yeah, like it doesn't make sense.
Like, dude's funny, right? I think he's really funny. I like a lot of the movies he's in, right? It's just like no, it's like like maybe next time you can cast Seth Rogen as Batman, you fucking retards.
I would probably watch that. Just because it'd be hilarious.
Yeah, but you get what I mean. Like it just doesn't fit the character at all, right?
For sure. Yeah, it's really weird. Like, oh my god, the chick that they have doing Lilith too. I can't remember her fucking name, but I'm like, what?
Is it a show or a movie?
I think it's a movie. It's gonna be a movie.
All right, I'm gonna look it up.
Jack Black is Claptrap.
Yeah, I remember. I mean,
Like
at least it's just a voice, though, right? So, like, maybe that works.
Oh god, I feel like he's gonna be
Kate Blanchett. Oh, she's too old, right?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking when they were like.
If she wasn't old, then I see it, maybe, right?
Yeah.
Like, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, what? Why? What is this casting?
Yeah,
I don't know. Is the whole movie gonna be CGI? Is that why this?
Yeah,
is okay?
like fuck.
Is this gonna be Machinima, and that's why Kevin Hart can be Roland? Okay, now it makes sense, right? Like, but
I don't know most of these people though. To be fair, I mean, like some of them I know like very obscurely, but also I only played Borderlands 2 through to completion, so I don't know all of the characters either super well. But yeah, what the fuck? Kevin Hart is Roland.
Yeah.
God damn.
Such a weird choice.
Wait. Is Ellie? Oh, okay. Ellie's the very large bitch from.
Yeah.
All right. She's substantially smaller in the of the actresses. Just to be clear. I mean, she's a big girl, but she's not. All right. I guess they didn't want to hire somebody off of like My 400-Pound Life or something, or 600-pound life or whatever.
That'd been super funny though. for all the people who protest over insert actor not being insert race or insert disability will, make sure to voice their
Yeah,
discontent that the actress for
yeah,
Ellie isn't
totally.
somebody who needs to be
800
wheeled
pounds.
around.
Yeah. Yeah, that act Kate Blanchett's 52. She's playing Lilith at 52. Jesus fuck.
That's a really weird choice. Very strange to me, but I know what it is. If I can get that.
Hey, listen, even young people can break hips, okay? I swear. Fuck. I did it when I was 11. Alright, I didn't actually break my hip.
In comes Archer with sex from everything. Everything is sex.
It's weird. Like, I wouldn't have expected him to think that about somebody so old, you know?
I thought his cutoff was 20.
20 months, maybe. I'm sorry, Archer.
It's that kind of talk that got him scooped up by the Portuguese FBI, man.
Yeah, we're not
Careful.
believing your story about what happened, Archer. We know they found your basement.
Sure, you were protecting. Yeah. Kevin Hart as Roland is a really fucking weird cast. I feel like he's not my favorite actor ever, but like him as Roland just is super weird. Like the dude's short as fuck. Roland's like this big soldier guy, and it's just I don't know. It's weird, man.
Maybe they offered it to Michael B. Jordan and he said no.
I feel like there's a lot of other actors out there that could have done that.
Yeah, there's a ton. I remember thinking of somebody at like when that was announced that like at least visually fit it, and I can't. Oh, the black guy from Punisher. I was watching Punisher when that was announced. I was like, dude, this guy would be way better than Kevin Hart, right? At least visually, right? Yeah, I don't know.
TV show Punisher?
Yeah. The one that has the prosthetic leg. That guy. I can't remember his name, but
It's been forever since I watched that.
Curtis, right? Yeah, Curtis. Okay. Like, just like it was something I was watching that time, and I was like, he visually fits it pretty well, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like even down to like it's just going off memory. I feel like he even slightly looks like him, right? Like in the face. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, maybe you can call me racist. Maybe it's just that I'm doing it. All black people look the same, but I believe it. Looking at them two next to each other.
Definitely much more suited to play that part than Kevin Hart is. Regardless of his qualifications past being African American, he's just that alone a better pick for that role than Kevin Hart. And the thing too is like Roland's not like a funny character in Borderlands. Like he's really serious and stuff. So like why would you option Hart to play that character then? Like, the character shouldn't be funny. The character's supposed to be this tall, like, soldier dude. He's
Oh,
older.
somebody said Jamie Foxx is rolling. That could work, I think.
I would watch that. I
Yeah.
feel like Jamie Foxx would do a good
I think
job.
I like him a lot. I think he's like I don't think he's always like the best actor, right? But I think he tries and like I remember he was telling a story about working on Django Unchained, whatever it's called, right? Um and how he came in and he like was reading a scene for fuck, what's the director's name? Uh
God.
the really famous one
Yeah,
though, right?
yeah.
Um and like he literally like it's on he's on like Stephen Colbert or something, right? Um and he's Quentin Tarantino, right? And he's like, I'm reading for him. And he's like, and I go through it, and I, going through my lines, and just fucking Quentin just essentially has like a Spurg moment on him, right? And he does like a voice and shit to like explain like how annoyed Quentin Tarantino was with his like him reading that scene or whatever, right? He's like, no, you're a fucking slave, right? A fucking slave, right? Throughout almost the whole movie, you're a fucking slave, and then finally you get to do the good thing and be the hero, and that's when you can like be a little more you, right? But you're a fucking slave, right? And he's like, all right, I'm a fucking slave, like he was right, right? That guy has Quentin Tarantino always has like a vision for his movie, right? And he's an authoritarian about it, right? But it always turns out to be like sort of the right way, So he's like, like that's the way it works with him, and it's the right way with him. He's like, and I, he's like, I had to go be a slave, you know. I like Jamie Foxx. I think he's good. I think there are some things where he's kind of meh in, but yeah, I think he would have been way better. Fucking this page fan cast Lilith as Elizabeth Olsen instead of it's like, hey, so we can get a 30-year-old or a 50-year-old. Let's get the 50-year-old, right? Yeah, these fan castings are way better, man. I'd love for Brock Lesnar to be Brick. Yes.
Yeah,
That guy's a monster. Maybe he's a horrible actor, though. I mean, he was in the WWF or whatever, right? Maybe that bad. Dude, did you see fucking
Get Dave Bautista to do it. It's basically the same character as his Guardians of the Galaxy.
That's true. That'd be really funny.
Did I see what?
Oh, sorry. Fucking Logan Paul. Is it Logan? Yeah, Logan Paul was in like a WWE thing or whatever.
Oh no.
Yeah, like he dude, that guy's really athletic for how big he is. Like maybe he should have been in professional wrestling the whole time. Like instead of like trying to be like a discount boxer, kind of stuff. Like from what I've read, like what I've seen so far, like he did really well at it, right? And he's like a really good heel, like for people to hate because it's Logan Paul,
Yeah.
But he's like, there's a moment where he's on his back, and I don't know what the move is called, where you like push off your shoulders to get onto your to jump onto your feet, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what that's called, but he does it better than I've ever seen. And he's fucking like he's a monster. He's not a little skinny guy, right? And I was like, Jesus fuck, right? Yeah. Apparently, people are saying that this was his true calling, though. Like, good for him, I guess. I don't like wrestling, so it's nice that he's somewhere that I don't have to see. But I was like, Jesus fuck. I saw like a little Twitter clip of that shit where he just like hops up. I was like, oh my god. Fuck. I think I'm going to be more let down by anything by the new Lord of the Rings shit than anything though. because that's the one where I'm like, this is my Halo or whatever, you know, like this is the one that I love, right? And now you ruined it with the Hobbit. Now you're fucking digging the hole even deeper, you motherfuckers. I know it. I didn't think it could get worse.
It's gonna be great when it's absolutely terrible and you fucking hate it. So I can be like, aha, now you know how I feel. I'm gonna be
You're
like,
gonna be like, you know, honestly, it's not that bad. I kind of like it.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
like,
100% gonna pull that shit. I'm gonna be like, I mean, I think it's fine. Maybe they just shouldn't have called it Lord of the Rings. And you're gonna be like fucking having a Spurglord fit. And I'm gonna be like, I don't see the problem.
God damn it. All right, I gotta
Like,
find a way out of our friendship before this show's released.
Take your fucking medicine, bitch.
I gotta burn the bridge between us before this gets released. A sacrifice the friendship. Fuck. Honestly, like, I'll still watch it though, right? Because I still watch everything. But
yeah, I mean that's kind of how I feel with Star Wars. Like I tried to hate watch it, but then I hit a point where I just couldn't do it anymore.
I mean, I didn't hate watch it, but at least the last 3 of them, I just went in knowing that they were going to be shit, and I was just watching it so that I could watch, you know, lasers fly across the screen or something. Yeah. Even after the first 2 of the latest trilogy, nothing could have prepared me for the absurdness of the fucking Emperor being alive and off in the middle of nowhere with a giant fucking army and shit. Yeah. Nothing could have prepared me for that. I don't know how that happened. Even Snoke's getting offed so easily, right? Not ish. Yeah. It's so absurd.
Yeah, it was it's probably something should have seen coming with how fucking like ridiculous they were going with like the plot in those movies and like how much they were basically just copying the original trilogy. Like I should have known it was going to be that, but you know, deep down you're like, no, nobody's gonna be this fucking lazy and ridiculous with the writing. And then in comes fucking J.J. Abrams.
The only good content they've had from Star Wars is the content after the original movies, right? With, you know, like Luke and shit, right? The old ones. After that, the only good content has been the stuff that didn't like push the whole like one person will save us narrative, right? Like sort of. Like they just rehashed that. Like they did it with Luke where he would be like the whatever it's called, right? Like the balance, he'd bring balance to the force or whatever. And then they did it with Anakin, right? They told us that story and it was like, okay, all right. And then they fucking did it again, right? Like just stop. Well, just stop. I mean, the at least for me, the truth is that like Luke wasn't even like that part of the original movies wasn't even a good part, right? Like every like I don't think like looking back that like Luke was like some great character, right? That carried those movies. No, I feel like everybody else carried those movies.
Like, you mean like in terms of like he wasn't like super important and like everybody?
No, well, like I just didn't feel like looking back. I'm not like man, I'm so glad. Like no, like just all of it, right? Like looking back, I'm not like, oh man, I'm so glad that I got to watch Luke go through his like trials and no, like it was like everything, right? Yeah. But they picked that one thing out of those movies that like this is the balance, the person that will bring balance, and pulled that forward, but none of the other good shit, right? Like it felt like they left all of the thing that like gave those movies character, right? Yeah. And now they're just like rehashed like it's the same thing with the Star Trek movies, right? Like they just feel like generic action movies with this like paint scheme of Star Wars or Star Trek, right? Yeah. When like the original movies had like character, right, to them that you had to find a way to replicate that. That was the important part, not this like the one will save us bullshit, right?
Yeah, I can see that.
Almost the Han Solo movie was right? Like I think it was good, but it wasn't great at all, right?
Yeah.
But like most of their good stuff is the stuff that's like not force focused mostly,
Yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's such a giant world. I don't know why you would focus on this like one little tidbit kind of a thing out of it over and over, right? I mean, I guess money, but
Yeah.
yeah, it's frustrating.
Yeah, it definitely sucks to watch it get nosedived into the fucking ground.
Yeah. Like I want to see a story about like a live action movie or TV show, I guess, right? But live action of like Darth Maul like surviving being cut in half and willing himself through anger and vengeance, right? To stay like I want to see that shit, right?
Yeah, I would totally watch a mall TV show.
Yeah. Like I want to see that kind of shit. I want to see like the crazy evil shit that like Sith lords or whatever do. I don't know. Fuck.
I think that's like my fatigue with Star Wars is I'm just like so over everything is like this. Oh, it's just the good guy bullshit. Fucking and
Mhm.
it because it's always the same story. It's not even like original or interesting at this
Yeah.
point. Like every time they tell a Star Wars good guy fucking story, it's literally you're just swapping names and
Yeah,
locations,
and it's
and
just
that's pretty
like,
much it.
okay, so the first trilogy, the good guy didn't succumb to the bad guy. The second one, he did. The third one, he didn't. If they make another, guess what? Good guy's going bad, bitches, right? Like, fuck. Like, oh, God. My understanding is that they're scrapping the latest one with Ray, though. Like, they're removing it from canon or some shit at some point.
Fucking hope so. God, such garbage fucking movie.
You excited for the WoW expansion reveal soon? It's in like 10 days or something.
I'm excited to see what it's going to be about because I'm curious,
The
like
leaks
where.
are the leaks are dragons.
Right,
Uh,
right.
yeah.
I guess like what I mean is like where do you go from the last
Oh
expansion?
yeah,
We
yeah,
killed an old god. This one we went and basically fucked up death. Like
yeah. Like essentially, like one of the creators of
yeah,
like the not the creators, but like the guy that's right below the creators of the
right.
universe, right?
Like you
Yeah,
basically you took your game on the supernatural story arc. So
yeah,
how do you fucking go back to hunting Wendigos, right?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like
They
you
fought
basically killed
God.
God. How are you gonna fucking do another season after that,
Yeah.
right? Like with having it feel like it means anything.
Also, like I've watched some videos on like the like lore and like how they could do it and stuff. Like, dude, they like the dragonflights got fucked. Like they gave up like a lot of their power and shit, right? So is this going to be about them getting power back or right? Like how do
Yeah,
you make like
a
a
dragon
good
focused expansion now.
yeah like because like
They kind of
apparently
fucked that up in Deathwing.
there was like a five-headed dragon that was supposed to be like the big boss of Kata apparently.
Mm-hmm.
But the speculate and it's in like the game files and shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the speculation was that they couldn't get its five heads to like work in a raid. It was too buggy and shit. So they like scrapped that and just created something else, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that like maybe the speculation is that like now they can get that to work or something, and it's going to be like that coming back or something. I don't know, but yeah, like I don't like the dragonflights give up their power and shit, right? Like
Yeah.
and then we just recently didn't we lose Ysera or whatever?
Yep.
Yeah, and there's no coming back anymore because the Shadowlands bullshit, right? My understanding is that like the dream shit was supposed to like the Emerald Dream or whatever was supposed to allow like some of these like great animal characters to like rebirth through the Shadowlands shit or something.
Mm-hmm.
But like apparently that's like minor like somebody said that that's like done or something. So like I don't know exactly. Or maybe it was just Ysera couldn't because at the time the Shadowlands was fucked up. I don't know. But yeah, so like I don't know, man. And oh god, there's like 6 dragonflights or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the speculation is that they're the new Covenants. Yay! Can't wait. But there's the leaks, if true, and the guy that leaks this shit has been right for the last 4 expansions. By the way, right? He's been like dead on almost everything. He said that the leak from that guy says that there's no leveling. It's just straight into like an endgame zone, like Suramar or whatever, right?
I would be down with that.
I'd be very down with that. I think that like putting more effort into Suramar type zones, right? Which I liked that, right? And not having all that wasted time and stuff on something that people will do once mostly. Yeah. I think that'll be great.
Yeah, I'm all for that.
And he did like something else. Dragon Knight class.
Ooh, a new class?
3 new classes. I wasn't done.
What?
So 3 new classes, but they all only have 1 spec, I think. Okay. So like Tinker DPS, I think, if I'm remembering correctly, Tinker DPS, Dragon Knight tank, and then was it like Minstrel healer or something? It was some weird healer. And then after that, not new classes, but class skins. So like I think it was Warden, Demon Hunter, what's the Dark Ranger Hunter? So like these will change like your spell colors, maybe even like the way the spells look completely.
That'd be kind of cool.
There were a couple more, I think, too. There was a Warlock one, I think. And a Druid. I think Warlock, Druid. Yeah, so class skins, which is something they can sell, right?
All about that.
Yeah, for sure. And there's a lot of there's a lot to support the Dark Ranger one already. Like there's a quest in the files that teaches you like about Dark Rangers that isn't available, but it's in like the PTR or something, right? And it literally like teaches you, and it goes and it like, so like apparently Dark Rangers stopped being formed or something, right? They stopped like no new ones were being created or something, right? But then the quest, you're going to find a new Dark Ranger recruit, right? And it's like, oh, so does that mean they can be made now? And can it be us, right? Like, can we do it? So yeah, that's that kind of. I like a lot of the leaks sound really good, but then so did Shadowlands, right? So, yeah, I saw the Dragon Knight thing, and I was like, I can get him to come back. I don't need Heather anymore. This is enough.
I guess it would depend, like on how like it plays and what race it is.
Yeah.
Especially since Horde has fucking garbage races. It's gonna be the tough sell for me is playing a Horde. If the
they're doing cross faction shit, so I wouldn't worry too much about that shit anymore.
All right.
Like I think there's already something that's cross faction, but my understanding, and again, I don't look at like Blizzard blue posts anymore, right? But the shit that I've been reading on Reddit and stuff was basically saying that like this is like a precursor to what they want to do, which is just make everything cross faction, right? Like at the very least, like queuing for shit cross faction, and like so like as long as you're not looking for like a hardcore like dedicated like world first rating group, right? Then cross faction works for everything, basically, right? Like that's my understanding is what they're trying to move towards.
That'd be kind of dope.
Yeah, because then you can like as long as I don't want a world first, right? I can just play Alliance and my queues are all short, and you know what I me?
Yeah, I'm fucking down. I don't give a fuck about that stupid Horde versus
can't wait to play humans, right?
Right. Dude, seriously.
Although I played Demon Hunter, so I'm fucked on that, right?
Yeah, that would That'd be fucking great. I'd celebrate the shit out of that.
But yeah, they're in the game files. People found like WoW, Dragonflight, names of like game editions, right? So like the base is called Dragonflight, and then there's a heroic version and epic pre-purchase like files for it and shit.
Yeah.
So like it's all but confirmed at this point. Which I mean, like I guess, right? I guess dragons sound. I like the idea of dragons. I just don't know how they do it. You know?
Yeah. Yep. Especially after stripping the dragons of pretty much
Of
like all
everything.
their power.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see them write their way out of this one, since they're so well known for writing.
Very well known for their writing.
Oh my god.
Yeah, but I think the only problem I have with like some of the shit I've seen is like the Dark Rangers have to be elves, right? It's like, well, I'll never be one of those because I don't want those fucking ears, you know?
What happened to fucking Sylvanas' little cuck simp? He wasn't a fucking elf.
Yeah, the leaks say that they're exclusive to elves and night elves.
That's the shit that like really I think like infuriates me the most about like all of their race class restrictions is like they're like, oh yeah, only that you can only be this if you're that race or this race, but then like in their world they'll have all these things that violate that, like, oh yeah, undead can't be fucking paladins, and then you'll have like this undead paladin over here, and it's like what? Like your lore doesn't even back up your restrictions, so like why the fuck are you restricting us? Like, just unlock it. Fuck.
Yeah. Dude, honestly, like the expansion where like, you know, like the Horde and the Alliance sort of came together a little bit, right? It should have been the one where it happened, right?
Yeah.
Like you could even just give people like a setting, like, do I want to cross faction stuff, right? If people don't want to, they don't have to, right? If people want to play like the Horde should never play with, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, and then it's even more realistic because, like, you know, like imagine that world's real, right? And both factions decide, hey, we're going to start working together on everything. There would be small groups, and maybe even big groups of each faction that still won't work with the other, right?
Mm.
Just let the player choose if they want to cross faction, you know?
Yeah.
I prefer Horde for like their cities and shit, and mostly theme. I just don't like any of the races.
Yeah.
Black Cat. I don't like the races. I want like orcs look like fucking. Do like their armor doesn't look like their shoulders are giant, and I just don't like their proportions. Fucking elves on both sides, or to be fair, like the ears and eyebrows and shit sticking through. Right? The undead have that like fucking hunchback where their fucking spine sticks through capes, right? Yeah, it's just it's frustrating. Like the only race that looks like good in armor, in my opinion, are humans.
I agree. Oh, man. This mean? I guess we'll have to see. Once the announcement comes out, and then I'll have to decide if I want to start leveling up alts that I didn't finish. I don't want to get carried away.
Yeah, if it comes out and it looks really good, right? Maybe I'll hop back in with you and level something else with you too.
Still need to get Shadowlands flying.
I think I did that. I played a good 2 months longer than you though. You quit way quicker than I did. Just because I had bought the game and I was like, oh, there's not much else to play, anyways. I don't have a lot of games that I fall back to like you do with FarmSim and shit. I can only play so much Factorio, man.
Awesome magical Star Citizen patch tonight. We did. Well, let's see. Patch notes. Doo-doo-doo.
April 19th, so 13 days until they announce stuff.
That's so far.
Right? I think they're announcing a mobile WoW game too, like a week later or something.
Yeah.
I wonder if it'll have a tie-in, like 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 if there will be some benefit to my like WoW account to playing that or something, you know, or like with the like companion app shit where you could like do all the, you know what I mean? Like, I wonder if it'll benefit because fuck, I'll feel so compelled to do it. God damn it. Hope not.
Alright, well, looks like elevator's still ain't fixed, so we're not going to Star Citizen tonight. Ah.
So sad. Oh, apparently player housing is in the works too. Supposedly, right? It's like one of the like weaker leaked things, but
See, I think the garrison thing was cool, but it should have been more of a like, I don't know, like an optional area to be
yeah,
versus
they made
like,
that shit way like dude, I spent so much time in my
yeah.
garrison. It was insane.
Like I'm all for like having a player house that has like the ability to like farm and like go
Yeah.
fishing and stuff like that. But like it was so like focused on like being in your garrison for like the tables and like all this other
Yeah.
shit that like you there was no reason to go to the cities of that
I
expansion.
think
I
that
don't even fucking remember their names.
yeah, yeah. I think that where they failed with that was that they made the garrison the hub, right?
Yeah,
So like
basically.
if they had had like, like whatever, like Oribos or whatever, a place like that where you went to do your questing and shit, but then
Yeah.
had a garrison for like stuff that like sort of like transcended that expansion, right? Like you don't want it, like the garrison should never have been like expansion oriented, right?
Yeah.
It should have been a thing that you built on over the course of many expansions, right?
Right.
But it was like no, like actually you're going here to get like gear upgrades and like to progress your
Everything.
character through the expansion. And
Yeah.
no, that's weird, right? That, and you're just there alone, right? Like it's so
Yeah.
empty.
Yep. It was definitely very weirdly executed.
I think most other games have figured out player housing, right? It's like it's a cosmetic optional thing, right? For the most part. Uh Like, sure, you can have like crafting benefits there or something. You know, like that's fine, right? Even like a little farm and a little mine, like okay, right? But do those the like I don't think that like I'm pretty sure that like I made tons of money off of just selling that shit, right? Like it felt mandatory because of how much I could make, just like gathering and selling, right? I don't know. Yeah, the garrison was fucking oof.
Definitely not their best idea.
Oh, here we go. Necromancer skin for warlocks. So plagues instead of
Undead pets?
curses. Hold on. Plagues instead of curses and summons undead instead of demons.
I'm rolling in a warlock. All right. I'm
Yeah.
installing WoW now.
So Dark Ranger is for hunters is dark spell effects and undead tames instead of animals.
Ah!
Yeah, like how cool is that shit?
Oh my
Nightmare
god.
skin for druids. Corrupted spell effects and animal forms like snakes and spiders that work like existing forms, basically.
I hope this is real so bad.
Dragon sworn skin for shamans. Draconic spell effects and forms.
Nice.
And then Warden skin for demon hunters is arcane and holy magic instead of fel. It's the boring one, but yeah. And then here are the like micro classes. One spec per. Oh, it's 4. Sorry. Okay, so Dragonite with a tank spec uses 2-handed weapons, fire, plate armor, and shouts. Tinker class with just 1 DPS spec. Yeah, this was the DPS. Sorry. Uses guns, mail armor, gadgets, and mech suits. Minstrel class with only 1 available healer spec. Uses leather armor, lutes, violins, and pan flutes. And then Chronomancer is a healer, and it uses cloth armor, time, and sand magic.
Ooh, that could be interesting.
Yeah. I know you like healers too, right? I know you lean healer and then tank usually, right? So like there's a lot here for you, right?
Damn.
Yeah, so like, dude, if this is real, it sounds really good, right?
It does. That does sound really dope.
And then no leveling and just end game zones. Fuck, man.
How long to find out? What? 13 days?
Yeah, 13 days.
Alexa, remind me in 13 days. Check on WoW expansion.
What should I remind you?
12 o'clock.
Okay, I'll remind you April 19th at 10 p.m.
Sure. Yeah, 10. That's what I said. Fuck it.
Yeah, that's funny.
Works for me. Maybe she knows something I don't. She's like, no, trust me. You want to tune in by 10. All right, team. Well, that's it for me for tonight. I'm going to go ahead and jump off here because I'm going to have to download some stuff and it's going to kill my latency. Plus, we're done on the farm for the night anyways.
What do you got to download?
I'm going to download WoW.
Oh, just off of the... Oh, damn.
Hold on. Was this leak on April 1st?
No. This week was February.
Okay.
This is the guy that like is really like he's hit it every right. Like he nails it every time, pretty much. Like
I'm gonna sub and start working on my warlock, and if it's wrong, man, I will hunt you down.
No. Oh no!
I will hunt you down and make you disappear. I will shove you up into the turtle shell.
You to it so you can go over it yourself too.
But, yeah. I will genuinely be interested in playing WoW if these things are true.
Yeah. So like I agree. Like these things being true would make me want to play for sure, right? But there's gonna be a catch, even if it's all true, right? there will be something that ruins the rest of it to some extent. Whether it's enough to make, it may not be enough to make me quit playing, but there will be something.
They're gonna be like, you need Exalted with these 3 new factions to buy the Necromancer skin.
Yeah.
And I will fucking smash my fucking keyboard into my drywall.
And if you want to become a Dark Ranger, you have to do dailies with Sylvanas for 4 years.
You have to have told her it was a great bonfire when she burned down Teldrassil. Otherwise, no.
Yeah.
And
Oh
it's not
god.
retroactive. You can't go back and do it, okay?
The
Like, that's
genocide
it.
was justified.
Yeah. If you
That's
didn't
the
support
chat from
Sylvanas Hitler, then that's
yeah.
it. Sorry, you missed your chance to show your devotion to the Dark Queen.
Yeah. Fuck. All right, I linked you. You can...
God damn it. Dude.
There's more on there that I didn't even say, right? Like stuff about the zones and shit. But yeah.
Do I get another underwater zone? Yeah.
I didn't, it doesn't look like it. They're revamping other zones though, right? Like Lordaeron and Califal or yeah. Or Silvermoon and shit, I think. I don't know. I have to go look again.
Dalaran is the main hub. Finally making Dalaran like matter.
I love
Interesting.
Dalaran.
What's that?
I love it. I love
Dude,
Dalaran
it's such
so
a cool
much.
zone. I used to love that zone, especially because like I used to be at Alliance, right? But,
Oh,
like,
sorry. This city is what I meant, but the zone's very nice too. To be fair,
yeah.
I agree with the zone too. But like the city, that's the best city in WoW.
Yeah.
It's great.
New professions would be fucking nice.
Yeah, and it kind of goes with like
wasn't
the
Raph
carpenter.
the last time we got one?
Man, I don't remember. Right? I'm probably fuck.
Was it jewel crafting and inscribing? I think those are the last.
Or they knew. Yeah, I didn't start until after I played a little Wrath, but not enough to like really know a lot. But yeah, and they're carpenter and logger, so that kind of goes with the player housing, maybe, you know? Like building shit for your house and stuff, maybe? Like crafting, like furniture or whatever.
I think that red text for the micro classes is kind of like interesting. I wonder how that would work. Right? Like, oh, you're only able to be heals, and then open world like playing solo stuff would be really confusing. I wonder how they'll work that, or if that will be like an expansion related thing, and
Yeah.
you can pick one.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not
that
sure.
Like adds on to your current character's like class. I love the first comment underneath this. According to the league, the level cap will not be increased, and everything is described, or everything is described.
Oh yeah.
They're like, please no lost Arconian gear mechanics, please.
I mean, there's gonna be some gear grind progression that's harder than it currently is if there's no leveling, right? That's there's no whether it's like an artifact that you're upgrading or whatever, you know what I mean? There's gonna be something, right? But yeah, I really hate like I don't like if I look at games that have leveling and that thing, right? It's never that part that I hate the most, right? I hate the leveling still, right? Like Destiny has gear grind, right? That feels a lot like leveling, but it's not leveling, right? Leveling is worse, right? Yeah.
Because like the thing is with gear grind, like it normally doesn't gate you from content like leveling does, right? Like I can't just switch characters and be like, yeah, let's go do this, right? Like I have to level that character first, and like when you've already leveled once, it's fucking atrocious because you're like literally just going through the steps to go do what you want to actually do.
Yeah, like obviously in Destiny there is some kind of content gating on your level, but you get like 60% of the end game just for getting through the camp, right? Yeah. Like getting through the campaign. So assuming that like, you know, if we use Destiny as an example and they took out the campaign and we still got that 60% of end game right away, like that's enough for me, right? Right away, right? Yeah, I think hopefully it should be better. I honestly like all they have to do is make it so that like you only have to level once in these games.
Yes.
Right? That's all they have to do. Go through the campaign once, and then that brings all of your characters up to the same to the max level, right? And completes the quest for them and shit, right? And it puts them exactly like right past the last campaign quest, right? It should just do that. So fucking dumb.
Yeah, don't even make it a leveling thing. Just have it be a requirement that like one character plays through the campaign to unlock an achievement, and then all of them.
Yeah, it doesn't even. You don't even have to level. Yeah, you're right. Mhm.
Like it's not fun. I don't understand how anybody likes leveling.
I don't like leveling once. Why
Yeah.
the fuck would you think that I'd want to do it multiple times?
Yeah,
Right?
it's so weird.
Like I literally like 2 days ago just got through the final campaign shit of Lost Ark, right? In the last area, it's like that big island, Punica or whatever,
Yeah.
right? I just got through.
Steam disconnect. Yeah, like the thing is like, you know how once you played Shadowlands once, then you could select if you wanted to do the story or not.
Oh, like the Threads of Fate, but you
Yeah,
still had to level, right?
right. That's what I'm saying though. They already have the system there to like
Yeah,
flag a character whether or not you want to do that. So like just be like, Thread of Fate, do you want to level your fucking alt?
and they
Fuck
already have a
no.
system. They already have a system to boost because there's boost tokens,
Yes,
right?
exactly.
So they have the means to do this, and
Yep.
they choose not to,
Yep.
right? Because for the people that will level them, it's more playtime, right?
Yep.
It's like fuck you, right? Like all it does is keep you from playing things that you want to play
Yes.
when you change your mind, right?
Yep. And like the thing too is, like back in old WoW, so like, oh, you wanted to play an alt or whatever, right? Like, okay, fine. You had to fucking mash through the fucking 10 levels really quick. But once you did that, like you could go off and do whatever. Like you weren't
There was
at
no
like,
required like
yeah,
campaign.
there wasn't like all
Yeah,
of this fucking special new power mode that you had to fucking
yeah.
grind also, that you would now be behind also. Like you just had to start getting gear, right? You weren't
It's
like,
shitty
oh hey,
because
I'm
that
behind on
stuff
my hero
feels like it should be a
superpower.
part of the campaign, right? That
Yeah,
stuff feels like it should be the main part of your playing to get
right.
to the end game.
Yep.
But it's like placed right before the end game, but you can't start that until after the
Yep.
12-hour campaign, right?
Yep.
And it's like, what the fuck, man?
Like, oh fuck, I'm not Covenant level 99, so I guess I have to fucking grind that on my alt now
Yeah. It,
after I do the levels. Like, why? That's fucking like there was none of that shit in old WoW. So like doing an alt wasn't fucking cancer. I mean, I didn't like leveling, but like at least I knew once I fucking finished leveling, I could bang out a couple dungeons, and then I had more or less what I needed to get into raids, and then I could start raiding, and I would be geared in no time, and I would be basically caught up with my main. So you could switch characters like relatively easily.
yeah.
But nowadays it's like, oh, sorry, you're behind on the new special power and the new
Mm.
special gear thing, and you don't have this, and it's like,
I
cool,
can't
well, I
believe
guess I'm just not gonna fucking change characters, so I'll just stop playing.
there are so many things that should be account wide
Yes,
in WoW that would make the game so
so
much
much
better.
better.
So much fucking better.
Yep.
Reputation is a huge one, right?
Yep.
Like I should just be able to do reputation on my account, right?
Yep.
I, so dumb.
1000%.
Because then, like, I put 2 expansions into a character, and I have like all those reps built up, right? And then I want to play another one, and it's just like, do I just throw those to the side?
Yeah. Yep.
Like it feels really bad. Like I'm being like pulled to play something that I don't want to play just because I've invested time into it, right?
And that's the thing where like studios and fans of the game justify it with like, well, that's how they get you to play more. They tell you, but it does the exact opposite for me. When you
Yeah,
ask
yeah.
me to fucking start from scratch on a new character that I would be interested in playing and would play a new class, instead because I have to fucking play your stupid bullshit catch up
For
shit.
the fourth
I'm
time.
Yeah, I'm like uninstall, unsubscribe. I'm done.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's fucking boot up BattleNet. Oh, you know what? I already have it installed. I never uninstalled it, man.
Oh, you fucking
I dropped my
pig.
sub, but I never uninstalled it. Yeah.
Ugh. All right, stream. I'm out for the night. You guys have a great one. I am gonna go install WoW really quick and set all that up. So you guys have a good one. I might come back tomorrow. We'll see. I got some stuff I gotta do later tomorrow night, but um, I'll definitely have the weekend. We'll see what we do.
Fuck.
Maybe we'll do a World of Warcraft stream. But yeah, you guys have a good one. If Star Citizen does get to a playable state with the PTU, we'll do a stream on that because I want to do some content on Star Citizen, catching up on that because I don't want to leave 315 and like all the praise I gave Star Citizen as my last video. So that will be coming at some point. So, with that,